Who's the person in River Basin?
Mr. Roland. Mr. Roland.
Mr. Roland.
Yes.
Mr. Roland.
Yes, Roland.
Roland. Mr. Roland. Okay, thank you. Now you'll help me there, won't you, Erwin? You'll help me introduce those esteemed members of this working party, won't you?
Yeah. Let me check if if the gentleman's already here. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. So that's good.
We have Pak Heru. We have Pak Heru here. Pak Heru, could you please turn on your video and introduce yourself, Pak? Mohon izin, Pak.
Bentar, Pak.
Hello, Heru. Is it Mr. Heru or Dr. Heru?
Yes, Mr. Heru. Yeah.
Mr. Heru. Hello, welcome, Heru. Thank you for joining.
Mangga Pak Heru, silakan Pak. Perkenalkan diri, silakan Pak.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Let me introduce myself. My name is Heru Permana, and I work for Bone Bolango Water System Management Unit as part as Ministry of Environment and Forest. Maybe that's all for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Heru. Thank you so much for joining today and showing your video too. It's lovely to see faces on Zoom, and we'll get to know each other a lot more like we did yesterday. Now I'm going to pause Erwin and my colleagues in Australia and just ask the question, should we wait a little bit longer to start? We've just got 29 participants and we had 85 yesterday. Should we wait a bit longer for people to join? Or should we start with the general introduction and then we can start the meeting proper in about 5 minutes time?
I think 5 more minutes, Jamie, is a good idea.
If that's okay, maybe another 5 minutes, Alex? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Excellent. Wonderful. It's just like I was saying before, it's nice to see so many faces, and that number of participants has just increased to 30. If you're new to Zoom, there's an interpretation button on the bottom menu, and you can see it looks like a world map. And if you click on that, you can choose whether you'd like to listen in English or Bahasa. To get Bahasa though, it says Japanese, but don't be tricked. If you click Japanese, it'll actually take you to the Bahasa translation, so you'll hear in Bahasa. Yes, so don't be tricked by the word Japanese. It actually is your great language for those of you in Indonesia. And then our wonderful translators, Maria and her team, have been working tirelessly yesterday, and they will today, to translate what we're talking about in English into Bahasa. We value their contribution like we value the embassy in Jakarta and Desi and Dane in bringing this to us.
Mohon maaf, Pak Ewin, saya bisa jadikan co-host, Pak Ewin?
Oh iya, siap Bapak. Mbak Nadira, Mbak Desi, boleh minta tolong Pak Dwi, Pak Heru itu dijadiin co-host biar beliau bisa share screen.
And while Nadira is doing that, she has also posted in the chat about logging in to keep track of our attendees and filling in the attendance form. So that's at the top of your chat. You can click the chat button, click on the link that Nadira has put there, and that will take you to the attendance list, so we have a better account of who has joined today. And then I'm also been reading here, you can get access to the presentation materials by clicking on the link that says Lake Management Workshop. And also the request about using, if you can, I know we can't here in Australia, you can put a virtual background in accordance with the workshop's theme. And that, of course, is that wonderful one we can see in Erwin's workshop on sustainable lake management with today's and yesterday's date, with those logos of the West Gippsland Group, the Australian government, and of course, your great organisation in Indonesia for this collaboration project. And there's also social media. There you go. I hadn't read that yesterday. So there's social media in that link. Bepanas, so thank you, says Nadira. And then note about the interpretation. And Maria is very much online and she's ready to translate.
Good morning, Low Island.
Good morning, Erwin. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Looking forward to the discussion today.
And Jamie, I would
Erwin.
like also to introduce that's Pak Mr. Director, Pak Zainal. Selamat pagi, Bapak. Pagi, Pak. Terima kasih, Pak, sudah bergabung.
Selamat pagi, Pak Erwin. Apa kabar?
Hello, Dr. Zainal. Very lovely to see you again too.
Halo dia, Sir Jamie. Apa kabar? Tadi kita udah bersapa.
Oh iya, siap, Bapak.
Would there be anyone else you'd like to introduce us to?
Oh, and there's also our colleague from the River Basin office from Gorontalo, Mr. Roland. Pak Roland, apa kabar, Bapak?
Siap, selamat pagi Pak Erwin. Siap, selamat
Hello,
pagi.
Mr. Rowan. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, Erwin and Alex, I'll call upon you. Would you like me to go through some housekeeping at this stage?
Yes,
34
please.
participants, or should I wait a bit longer?
You start with the housekeeping, Jamie, and I'm sure
Okay.
people will steadily join. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Llewellyn, and thank you, Robin, for sharing your slides. Today, well, it's Wednesday, of course, so happy Wednesday to everyone. Hope you've had a good morning, and we welcome you to the Indonesia-Australian Collaboration Project workshop on sustainable lake management. It is hosted by the Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment, and of course, our colleagues in Indonesia, and also within Australia in Victoria. Hello, and my name is Jamie Nichols. I'll be facilitating just parts of this workshop. You'll hear from Alex Flood, and you'll also hear from your colleagues in Indonesia. And what I'd like to do now is welcome you in the traditional language of the Ngunnawal people of the Canberra region. And it's with our Indigenous people, we like to do that just to acknowledge you to the country upon which we are meeting. Dawa Nuna, Dawa Ngunnawal, Yangu Nalamanyan, Dunimanyan, Ngunnawal Wari, Dawa Wari, Dindi Wanjiralit Jinyin. Now this translates to, this is Ngunnawal country. Today we meet on Ngunnawal country. We acknowledge and pay our respects to the elders. Now I recognise those of you in Indonesia and throughout Australia. You're meeting on various traditional lands, and we acknowledge those continuing connections to the lands, the seas and the communities. And we also extend that respect to the elders past, present and emerging. So thank you once again for taking time out of your busy work days It is appreciated. And of course, by meeting like this, we get to advance our understanding of managing lakes and managing catchments. We do have an extraordinary list of people joining us today, including people from BAPNAS, from MOEF, from CMMAI, the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment. We have DOR that I mentioned, our Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment. And we have our Victorian colleagues, the Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning, and the West Gippsland Catchment Management Authority. By now you've realised we're using Zoom. We've joined using the Zoom platform. And so please, if you can, and if your internet is stable, share your screen, your video image, but unless you're speaking, please mute yourself. So if you do want to speak, take yourself off mute and then you can ask a question. In Zoom, you can also raise a hand, or you can congratulate or acknowledge your contributors. And the raising hand function is found in the reactions button down the bottom menu of your screen. And the chat function is further along with like a speech bubble. It looks like a speech bubble. So either chat or raise your hand to ask questions. We really like these meetings because they bring the best out of us all. Yesterday we warmed up, and today we'll be going into the detail of discussion of lakes management. We'll hear from the policy and best practices in sustainable agriculture management at the catchment of Lake Limboto, and that'll be presented by the government of the Gorontalo province. And there you'll see Dr. Mohammed Zainil, and 3 speakers will assist in that process. We'll then hear from a review and inputs for Lake Limboto management, and then we'll have a break, and then we'll go into a case study from Victorian Catchment Management Authority, and that's on Lake Wellington, and we'll hear from 2 Victorian speakers. And then we'll hear about the WET map, the Wetland Monitoring and Assessment Program for Environmental Water, and that's presented by the Victorian Government. We'll then have another short break, and then we'll have a chance for discussion, and then we'll close probably around 12:15, 12:30 Indonesian time, and about 4:15, 4:30 on Australian East Coast time. So this is about communication and keeping dialogue and discussion going today. We just thank you very much for taking that time out of your day, and we hope you enjoy it. So please contribute. There's always chances to ask questions, not just at the end. So if you'd like to ask a question, use chat or you can raise your hand. Otherwise, I'm going to hand over to Alex Flood, who is our facilitator for most of these technical sessions. Thank you, Alex. Welcome to the stage. And Alex is Assistant Director of the International Water Engagement Group at DOR, which is the Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment in Australia. Thank you very much, Alex. Over to you.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction there, Jamie. So welcome everyone. I'm Alex Flood, Assistant Director in the International Water Engagement team at DOR, and I'll be opening day 2 of the workshop on sustainable lakes management. I'd also like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and I extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples attending today. So I want to acknowledge the Indonesian officials who are joining us today from BAPNAS, from MOEF, from Gorontalo province, and my Australian colleagues from DOR and Victorian Government Department of Land, Water, Environment and Planning, and West Gippsland Catchment Management Authority. Appreciate everyone taking the time out to join us for for these past 2 days. So I'm really very pleased to be joining with you all today, and I really enjoyed yesterday's workshop sessions. And I really want to thank you all for your participation and your engagement yesterday. It's pleasing to see so many of you online, and we had up to 85 people joining us yesterday, which really demonstrates how important the topic of lakes management is. So just to start today, I'd like to give you a brief summary of some of the high-level themes that we spoke about yesterday before we launch into today's proceedings. So we heard yesterday that there is much in common between Australia and Indonesia in water resource management, from balancing the needs of different water users for economic, social, cultural, and environmental uses, managing those tensions and working with community to make decisions on water use, and the challenge that communication does go both ways, not just pushing a message, but also getting feedback on impacts. We heard from Mr. Malik and Dr. Saleh of the importance of lakes management for Indonesia, and we heard about the national policy direction and strategy that Indonesia are taking to protect your 15 national priority lakes. And we look forward to hearing more about Lake Limpopo today. We heard from Llewellyn Martin about the national water reform process in Australia, and that it can take a long time and is a significant investment in time and resources at all levels of government. We heard about the Murray-Darling Basin Authority's principles for stakeholder engagement. Those 5 principles are transparency, inclusive and targeted, appropriate and adaptive, accessible and innovative, respectful and supportive. We heard from Victorian Government, from Vincent Lee and Joe Webber, about water resource management strategies in the state of Victoria and how they engage with communities over the long term. And they've been engaging with their communities for over 25 years. And there's an expectation that community will be involved in local decisions about water use. We also heard great discussion about how to sustain major reforms across many election cycles. It is the job of political leaders to balance needs and interests for water use based on sound science and working closely with community, creating a shared vision about what we want to achieve as a nation and what do we want the resource management to look like. That is incumbent on decision makers to communicate information they need for the community to understand the choices and trade-offs and to make decisions and implement water policy. And in Australia's experience, there are different drivers for that, from serious environmental factors and drought which necessitated the need for all players to come to the table. That is all for my summary from yesterday. So I will now hand over to Dr. Muhammad Zainal from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, who will be facilitating sessions 2 and 3 of today's workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Distinguished participant, ladies and gentlemen, our colleagues and friends, my name is Muhammad Zainal Arifin. I am a director of soil and water conservation, but now I'm also acting director for inland waters and mangrove rehabilitation. Today I will be your facilitators for our first discussion. We have 50 minutes for 3 speakers. Mr. Budianto Sidiki from Gorontalo Province, Indonesia, Head of Regional Planning, Research and Development Agency. And also we have Mr. Dwi Prabowo on behalf of Mr. Saparis, Director of Planning and Control of Watershed Management, Ministry of Environmental and Forestry, Indonesia. And also we have Mr. Heru Permana, the Head of Authority Management of Watershed Management and Protected Forests at Gorontalo, PPDAS Bone Bolango. And also we will have 30 minutes for review and inputs. Also, we have speakers from BWS Sulawesi II, Mr. Roland Kasim. Bapak Ibu sekalian, I will be facilitate this discussion in Bahasa. As Mr. Jamie says, we have a channel for interpretation. So you can choose channel 1 for English, channel 2 also for Japanese, and maybe channel 3 for music channel. I don't know. No, just kidding. We don't have music channel. We're gonna hear music after this discussion. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will let Mr. Budianto Sidiki first for presenting his presentation, along with our discussion about policy and best practices in sustainable agriculture management at the catchment of Lake Limboto. Please, Mr. Budianto Sidiki, the screen is yours.
Baik, terima kasih. Thank you, Pak Dr. Muhammad Zainal Arifin, Pak Direktur Konservasi Tanah dan Air. Izinkan saya akan memaparkannya dengan bahasa Indonesia. Yang saya hormati beberapa Pak Jamie Nicholas, kemudian ada tadi Pak Alex Flood ya dari Australia, juga ada Ibu Low, Ibu Teresia, Ibu Sarah Jenkins, Pak Robert, Pak Michael, dan seluruh pihak dari Australia. Mohon maaf kalau tidak saya sapa satu persatu. Yang juga saya hormati dari Bappenas, Pak Direktur, Pak Abdul Malik, rekan-rekan dari kementerian lembaga, juga yang rekan-rekan dari kementerian lembaga yang satkernya ada di daerah. Ini ada Pak Heru, BPD Sahel, dan juga dari Balai Wilayah Sungai Sulawesi II. Seluruh peserta workshop hari ini yang izin tidak saya sapa satu persatu. Baik, saya akan menjelaskan tentang kebijakan dalam pengelolaan danau Limboto untuk pembangunan yang berkelanjutan. Next. Ya. Ini adalah gambaran umum. Ini foto Danau Limboto, gambaran umum Danau Limboto. Next. Ya, kalau kita lihat Danau Limboto adalah salah satu aset sumber daya alam yang dimiliki oleh Provinsi Gorontalo saat ini. Danau Limboto sebenarnya telah berperan sebagai sumber pendapatan bagi nelayan. Jadi jauh hari memang sudah menjadi sumber mata pencarian bagi nelayan. Juga menjadi danau paparan banjir atau pencegah banjir, sumber air pengairan dan objek wisata. Danau Limboto secara posisi dia terletak di bagian tengah Provinsi Gorontalo dan secara astronomis berada di das Limboto. Areal danau ini berada pada dua wilayah, yaitu kurang lebih 2 kabupaten di dalam satu provinsi. 30%-nya berada di wilayah Kota Gorontalo dan 70%-nya berada di wilayah Kabupaten Gorontalo. Dan karena sebagai danau paparan banjir, ada kurang lebih 23 sungai yang bermuara ke Danau Limboto yang terdiri dari 5 sungai besar dan ada 18 sungai kecil. Ini gambaran umum. Kondisi existing-nya seperti ini. Kita lihat. Next slide. Ya, kalau kita lihat di sebelah utara, yang paling atas itu, sebelah utara ada, saat ini ada Pentadio Resort atau Taman Wisata ya. Kemudian di sebelah timur, saat ini Kementerian PUPR telah membangun pintu kanal, namanya pintu kanal Tapodo karena berada di salah satu desa, dan di sebelah selatan ada bekas peninggalan sejarah pendaratan pesawat amfibi pada saat Bung Karno berkunjung ke Indonesia, ke Gorontalo pertama kali tahun 1951. Kemudian ada tanggul existing yang saat ini sudah dibangun oleh Kementerian PUPR di sebelah timur dan juga di sebelah utara. Next. Nah, beberapa tantangan dan permasalahan di kawasan Danau Limboto. Next slide. Yang pertama adalah memang Danau Limboto ini berdasarkan proses pembentukannya adalah salah satu danau tektonik, danau yang terbentuk dari proses tektonik. Jadi memang dia dilintasi oleh patahan yang membentang dari sisi pantai selatan sampai ke arah utara. Jadi dia membelah melewati dua kabupaten dan satu kota. Jadi ada banyak sekali desa yang dilewati oleh patahan ini yang tentunya memiliki resiko terhadap bencana. Yang kedua, kalau kita lihat data kebencanaan tahun 2018 yang kami miliki saat ini, misalnya bencana terbesar itu adalah bencana banjir. Nah, di sini sudah kelihatan sebenarnya masalah yang dialami oleh Danau Limboto. Yang kedua tertinggi adalah tanah longsor. Jadi banjir dan tanah longsor atau bencana yang disebabkan oleh hidrometeorologi ini adalah bencana yang terbesar paling sering terjadi di provinsi atau di sekitar Danau Limboto. Next slide. Nah, kalau kita lihat secara kelihatan ya bahwa Danau Limboto ini memang dikelilingi oleh perbukitan dengan lereng yang terjal di sini. Ya, dan merupakan danau paparan banjir sehingga memang penampang material dari hulu ini kalau kita lihat inilah yang sebenarnya akan menjadi problem terbesar dari Danau Limboto. Karena memang dia seperti sebuah tikungan, semua aliran material dan juga sungai masuk ke Danau Limboto ini. Next. Nah, beberapa permasalahan lainnya adalah laju pendangkalan danau akibat erosi dari sungai-sungai bermuara di danau ini cukup tinggi ya. Pada tahun 1932 tercatat rata-rata kedalaman danau Limboto berada pada 30 meter. Dengan luas kurang lebih 8.000 hektar. Pada tahun 1955, kedalaman danau menurun menjadi 16 meter. Tahun 1970, rata-rata kedalaman danau telah berkurang menjadi 15 meter, dan luasannya menyusut menjadi kurang lebih 4.500 hektar. Dan pada tahun 2012 sampai 2018, kedalaman danau Limboto tinggal rata-rata kurang lebih 2,5 meter. Dan luasnya yang tersisa tinggal kurang lebih 2.537 hektar. Dalam kurun waktu 52 tahun, luasan Danau Limboto berkurang sekitar 4.304 hektar, atau sekitar 62,60% dari total luas danau. Rata-rata luas danau berkurang sekitar 65,89 hektar per tahun, sehingga pada tahun 2025, ini prediksi ya, diperkirakan danau ini akan berubah menjadi daratan. Jadi kalau 2025 tinggal 2 tahun lagi, yang mudah-mudahan tidak terjadi. Kalau kita lihat sedimentasi, ini luar biasa yang menyebabkan berkurangnya kedalaman berkurangnya kedalaman danau dan berkurangnya volume air serta luas genangan. Ini salah satunya yang paling menjadi penyebab adalah sedimentasi. Yang kedua adalah eutrofikasi. Yang berikut adalah pertumbuhan enceng gondok, cemaran limbah cair dan padat dari aktivitas manusia di seputaran danau, meningkatnya laju erosi dari sungai, dan aktivitas perikanan keramba jaring apung yang banyak di seputaran danau. Kalau kita lihat komposisi lahan yang diokupasi oleh masyarakat, ini sawah kurang lebih yang berubah, danau berubah menjadi sawah kurang lebih 637 hektar, berubah menjadi ladang 329 hektar, perkampungan 1.272 hektar, dan peruntukan lainnya kurang lebih 42 hektar. Okupasi badan air ini meliputi luas areal bibilo. Bibilo ini semacam budidaya yang digunakan oleh masyarakat untuk di samping keramba jaring apung, itu kurang lebih sekitar 131 hektar. Luas areal keramba jaring apung itu kurang lebih 51.531 meter persegi. Jumlah karamba pada saat kita melakukan data saat ini terjadi perkembangan yang luar biasa juga, sebanyak 2.559 dengan ukuran keramba jaring apung itu yang terbanyak adalah kurang lebih 5x5. Kemudian ada satu yang menarik, sudah ada satu bangunan rumah makan terapung di badan air danau yang tanpa persetujuan dan tanpa izin. Next. Nah, kalau kita lihat lokasi sebaran enceng gondok, tutupan enceng gondok dan tanaman air lainnya mencapai sekitar 70% dari luasan danau. Enceng Gondok ini terdapat di daerah barat, ya, kemudian di bagian tengah, utara dan tenggara. Konsentrasi terbesar berada memang di bagian tengah, yang ini. Penyebaran enceng gondok dan jenis tanaman mengapung lainnya sangat dipengaruhi oleh musim. Enceng gondok akan bergerak dari barat ke utara dan dari ke timur dan selatan. Next. Problem lainnya ini juga yang mengkhawatirkan, sangat mengkhawatirkan bagi kami. Sama-sama kita pernah berkunjung, Pak Direktur, Pak Abdul Malik juga melihat problem ini. Luasan lahan kategori yang sangat kritis itu berkembang sangat luas dari tahun 2013 ke 2018. Ini dari 2013 ke 2018 saja perubahannya, mungkin nanti dari Pak Heru atau dari Pak Safaris akan ada data baru. Itu dari 2013 kurang lebih 23.871,48 hektar. 5 tahun kemudian dia berkembang sampai hampir 3 kali lipat menjadi 94.834 hektar, ya. Jadi luar biasa. Next. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, kalau kita lihat diagram alur permasalahan yang coba kita petakan dengan loop seperti ini, sebenarnya problem besarnya yang menjadi akar persoalan memang ada di problem kemiskinan, ya. Problem kemiskinan inilah yang mendorong orang untuk melakukan peladangan berpindah, illegal logging, ya, melakukan okupasi ke kawasan danau dan lain sebagainya, yang kemudian ini memberi dampak secara luas terhadap percepatan kerusakan Danau Limboto. Jadi problem kemiskinan memang, dan kalau kita lihat dari data memang menunjukkan Gorontalo angka kemiskinannya masih cukup tinggi. Next. Hal lainnya yang mengkhawatirkan bagi kami adalah sampah domestik. Ini mengancam Danau Limboto. Kalau kita lihat dari foto-foto ini sampah plastik, ya, yang masuk ke Danau Limboto. Next slide. Kemudian bencana lingkungan yang sudah sering terjadi di seputaran Danau Limboto adalah banjir, sebagaimana tadi yang sudah kami sampaikan. Ini area seputaran danau bahkan meluas sampai ke Kabupaten Gorontalo dan daerah Kota Gorontalo di luar dari sepadan danau. Next. Upaya yang sudah dilakukan, tentu upaya yang dilakukan memang tidak boleh parsial. Oleh sebab itu, kami sangat berterima kasih upaya yang dilakukan oleh Kementerian Lembaga, Kementerian PUPR di sisi hilir, kemudian di tengah, kemudian Kementerian LHK, banyak di hulu dan juga di badan danau. Ini memang harus terintegrasi, perlu koordinasi dan permasalahan tata kelola lahan harus diselesaikan. Jadi tata kelola lahan ini harus diselesaikan lintas bagian dan lintas sektor. Karena ini yang menjadi problem juga yang menghambat dalam proses penyelesaian penanganan Danau Limboto. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, itulah kenapa kemudian Danau Limboto ini, kalau kita lihat dari apa yang saya sampaikan tadi, nampak bahwa memang Danau Limboto ini menjadi salah satu dari 15 danau kritis yang mendapatkan prioritas dari pemerintah pusat untuk penanganan. Next. Apa yang sudah dilakukan di Danau Limboto? Ada berbagai komponen yang bekerja di Danau Limboto, mulai dari unsur pemerintah, kemudian jadi ada lembaga non-pemerintah, JICA pernah melakukan riset dan lain sebagainya. Kemudian ada beberapa lembaga mitra kerjasama internasional lainnya seperti ANSLIC dari Kanada juga, dan banyak juga. Kemudian ada beberapa NGO lokal seperti Salampuan, ada program Kampung Beresi. Kampung Beresi ini program pembersihan lokal dari organisasi lokal. Kemudian ada organisasi Biota, mereka sering menyelenggarakan World Migratory Bird Day, kemudian ASEAN Waterbird Census, bagian dari International Waterbird Census, Bird Watching, Festival Burung Migran, kampanye dan edukasi lingkungan dan perlindungan danau. Ini adalah apa yang sudah bekerja dan sama-sama memiliki kepedulian terhadap danau. Next. Rencana penanggulangan kritis, erosi banjir, dan sedimentasi. Penanggulangan terhadap lahan kritis, pertama rehabilitasi lahan kritis secara sipil teknis maupun secara vegetatif. Kemudian adalah pengukuran pola tanam dan pengembangan drainase irigasi limbah, kemudian pengembangan agroforestry. Mitigasi terhadap erosi banjir dan sedimentasi adalah pembuatan bonjol, monitoring debit dan sedimen, pembuatan sumur resapan dan lubang resapan biopori. Next slide. Penanganan enceng gondok seluas kurang lebih 200 hektar. Ini sudah dilakukan oleh Kementerian PUPR, dalam hal ini Balai Wilayah Sungai Sulawesi II Gorontalo. Sejak tahun 2015 sampai tahun 2019. Beberapa kegiatan mungkin tidak saya jelaskan satu persatu, tapi ini kegiatan yang sudah dilakukan oleh kementerian terkait. Next. Juga ada rencana aksi pembersihan enceng gondok Danau Limboto yang dilakukan oleh Kementerian PUPR juga bersama dengan instansi terkait, ada melibatkan masyarakat, ada juga melibatkan unsur TNI dan Polri karena luasan enceng gondok yang luar biasa besar. Next. Ini adalah foto-foto pembersihan enceng gondok bersama-sama dengan masyarakat. Next. Kemudian, ini masih foto pembersihan enceng gondok di Danau Limboto. Next slide. Ya, juga ada pemanfaatan enceng gondok menjadi pupuk organik. Next. Juga menjadi biogas, ya, ini salah satu kegiatan yang dilakukan bersama dengan masyarakat seputaran Danau Limboto. Next. Juga untuk keperluan berbagai produk kerajinan, walaupun ini belum sangat masif, memang kendalanya adalah di pemasaran. Ini difasilitasi oleh Bank Indonesia, kerajinan seperti ini, untuk pemanfaatan limbah enceng gondok. Next. Pemanfaatan enceng gondok sebagai bahan dasar pembuatan kertas ini pernah dilakukan penelitian oleh salah satu siswa Madrasah Aliyah Negeri setingkat SMA, Insan Cendekia, Provinsi Gorontalo. Next. Beberapa evaluasi nilai ekonomi Danau Limboto, mungkin ini panjang kalau kami jelaskan satu persatu, tapi kami sudah menghitung, ya. Next. Nah, yang berikut adalah kami mungkin ingin memberikan informasi juga pada saat sebelum ditetapkan sebagai KSN, kawasan strategis nasional, dari sisi rencana tata ruang nasional, kami telah menetapkan upaya kita untuk melakukan menyelesaikan problem tata guna lahan itu dengan mengeluarkan peraturan daerah nomor 9 tahun 2013 tentang tata ruang kawasan strategis provinsi Danau Limboto. Karena ini menjadi problem yang paling dibutuhkan. Kepastian berkaitan dengan hak kepemilikan dan lain sebagainya. Next. Ini adalah membentuk tim Pokja secara kelembagaan, membentuk tim Pokja revitalisasi danau, ketuanya dan seterusnya. Next. Kemudian alhamdulillah juga melalui fasilitasi Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup, kita sudah menyusun dokumen pengelolaan Danau Limboto 2020-2024 melalui BPDAS HL Bone Bolango. Tadi ada Pak Heru. Next. Ini setelah ditetapkan sebagai kawasan strategis nasional, maka salah satu percepatan untuk upaya untuk memberikan kepastian hukum bagi pemanfaatan lahan-lahan baik di badan danau maupun di luar badan, maka telah dikeluarkan saat itu sudah dilakukan kajian sepadan dan akan dilakukan penetapan batas sepadan danau oleh Balai Wilayah Sungai. Ini tinggal menunggu SK Menteri. Ditetapkan luasan badan danau dan kemudian ada sempadan yang diberi batas dari batas terluar. Pada saat ini ditetapkan, ini melibatkan seluruh komponen masyarakat. Dilakukan berkali-kali diskusi, yang memang ada berbagai tarik-menarik kepentingan di dalamnya. Next. Ini konsep penanggulangan sedimen Danau Limboto oleh teman-teman dari Balai, ya, mengalihkan kemudian membuat sedimen trap, karena problem sedimen ini memang luar biasa. Saat ini informasi yang kami terima dari Balai misalnya, jumlah sedimentasi itu sudah mencapai 6 juta kubik per tahun. Ini luar biasa besarnya. Mau dikeluarkan pun problemnya adalah mau ditempatkan di mana dan lain sebagainya. Oleh sebab itu, salah satu strategi yang dilakukan oleh Balai Wilayah Sungai II adalah membuat semacam sedimen trap untuk memudahkan agar sedimen ini tidak masuk sampai ke badan danau. Next. Intervensi pemerintah dilakukan secara holistik, integratif, tematik ya, Dinas Perindustrian, Perdagangan, ada penetapan standar kualitas kerajinan untuk mengintervensi beberapa kegiatan yang dilakukan di danau, seterusnya. Dinas Pemberdayaan Masyarakat juga beberapa program penguatan kelembagaan, pengembangan kawasan perdagangan sepanjang Danau Limboto dan seterusnya. Dinas Penanaman Modal, Tenaga Kerja dan Fasilitasi, ada pelatihan kerajinan berbasis eceng gondok, pelatihan pembuatan pakan ternak, pengembangan usaha. Dinas Lingkungan Hidup, penyuluhan penanganan sampah di wilayah sempadan danau, kampanye dan edukasi penyelamatan danau. Dinas PU, pembangunan sarana prasarana fisik pendukung. Dinas Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan, reformulasi kurikulum yang mendukung penanganan danau. Kampanye dan edukasi siswa sekolah atas manfaat dan dampak negatif eceng gondok. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, dalam perjalanannya kami juga akhirnya mendorong Danau Limboto ini masuk sebagai salah satu geosite, geopark yang sudah kita usulkan ke Kementerian SDM, ya, karena proses terbentuknya danau ini melalui sebuah proses geologi, yaitu proses tektonik. Maka ini adalah Danau Limboto kita tetapkan bersama dengan beberapa geosite lainnya. Next. Ini beberapa peta sebaran warisan geologi yang di dalamnya salah satunya adalah geothermal Pentadio yang nomor 5, itu ada di seputaran Danau Limboto. Kemudian ada Danau Limboto sendiri, perbukitan Nulamayo itu delineasinya kita tarik sampai ke perbukitan Nulamayo. Kemudian ada, ya saya kira itu ya. Kemudian ada situs budaya. Beberapa program kegiatan dalam rencana pengelolaan Danau Limboto tahun 2021 dan 2022 sudah kami petakan di sini, baik yang dilakukan oleh kementerian maupun dilakukan oleh dinas terkait. Next. Bangunan pengendali sedimen sudah dibangun pada das Danau Limboto 2012-2020. Cek dam yang sudah dibangun ada kurang lebih sekitar 25 buah. Next. Kemudian hal lainnya adalah penerapan konsep pertanian lahan miring. Ini yang sekarang menjadi fokus kami. Kami sedang menyusun rencana pembangunan jangka menengah 2023-2026, karena problem utama Danau Limboto ini karena dia posisinya yang semua material masuk ke Danau Limboto, dan problem kemiskinan ini menyebabkan okupasi lahan dan juga pertanian yang masuk sampai ke daerah-daerah dengan kemiringan di atas 15%, maka kita melakukan upaya untuk penerapan konsep pertanian lahan miring bersama-sama juga dengan BPDAS HL. Di BPDAS HL ada beberapa program yang pemberdayaan masyarakat, integrasi tumpang sari antara tanaman tahunan, tanaman keras dengan tanaman yang untuk keperluan sehari-hari. Nah, ini penting karena sedimentasi yang masuk dan run off ya cukup tinggi sehingga membawa berbagai material sampai ke Danau Limboto. Kemudian ada pembangunan kanal Tapodu yang saat ini sedang dibangun oleh Balai Wilayah Sungai. Ini untuk mempertahankan ketinggian air. Kanal Tapodu ini kalau kita lihat ada di sini. Nah, ini adalah outlet yang dibuat untuk menjaga, mempertahankan ketinggian air danau. Karena danau ini pada musim kering dia mengalami penyusutan yang luar biasa. Ya, kemudian next slide. Kemudian pada musim penghujan dia airnya bisa sampai masuk ke daerah-daerah di luar dari bahkan di luar dari sepadan danau. Oleh sebab itu kepentingan fungsi pintu ini pertama mengatur debit air yang keluar dari Danau Limboto, mengontrol volume air Danau Limboto, dan sekaligus sebagai pengendali banjir. Apabila pintu ini tidak ada, maka kita tidak dapat mengatur debit air yang keluar. Volume air danau tidak dapat dikendalikan sehingga rutinitas yang terjadi di sekitar adalah banjir tahunan. Banjir itu di lokasi di beberapa desa di seputaran danau itu bisa terjadi sampai 3 bulan. Hanya sekali. Kemudian pada musim kering ini menyusut sehingga masyarakat banyak melakukan okupasi. Next. Rencana pelaksanaan revitalisasi sederhana pekerjaan pembangunan kanal Tapodu ini dari 2021 sampai 2022. pekerjaan kanal Tapodo, talut kanal Tapodo, pembangunan jembatan dan pekerjaan ground seal ini dilakukan oleh Kementerian PUPR, Balai Wilayah Sungai 2. Next. Ini adalah pintu kanal outlet. Danau Limboto dibangun tahun 2014, tetapi pada lokasi tersebut ada problem berkaitan dengan problem lahan, bidang tanah yang belum bisa dibebaskan, namun alhamdulillah insyaallah mudah-mudahan ke depan sudah bisa segera dituntaskan. Next. Ini jadi tanah kanal Tapodo itu akan menyambungkan Danau Limboto sampai ke Sungai Bulango. Ada sungai besar, Sungai Bulango. Kalau kita Bulango River ini adalah sungai besar yang masuk ke Gorontalo dan bermuara ke Teluk Pemini. Next.
2 menit lagi Pak Sidiki.
Ya, ini rencana pengadaan tanah dalam rangka untuk mempercepat proses pembangunan kanal Tapodo sudah dalam proses. Next. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya kira kita semua sepakat bahwa danau adalah kehidupan. Sebab itu berkali-kali ini menjadi spirit bagi kami di pemerintah Provinsi Gorontalo untuk terus mendorong upaya perubahan mindset, perubahan perilaku agar masyarakat secara sadar juga memiliki keberpihakan untuk mau melestarikan. Sebesar apapun effort yang diberikan oleh pemerintah, kalau tidak terjadi perubahan perilaku di masyarakat dan juga tidak mampu menyelesaikan problem kemiskinan, tentu ini akan terus terjadi di Provinsi Gorontalo. Terima kasih kesempatan yang diberikan kepada kami. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih banyak Pak Sidiki. Lake is life, love it. Nice quote. Tadi saya ingin membatasi waktu untuk Pak Sidiki, tapi saya kira sangat penting buat kita untuk mendapatkan gambaran yang lebih lengkap dari pemerintah daerah, sehingga mungkin kita akan share nanti waktunya dengan Pak Prabowo dan Pak Heru. Selanjutnya ke Pak Dwi Prabowo, kami persilahkan. The screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
To Honorable Bapak Arifin, Bapak Heru Pramana, Mr. Alex Flood, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share my screen. Yeah, my name is the Director of Watershed Management Planning. On behalf of Pak Saparis Sutaryanto, the Director of Watershed Management Planning, Supervision and Controlling, allow me to deliver a presentation about landscape approach in managing Lake Limboto. Yeah. I think some of my slide is maybe same with Bapak Butianto Sidiki, and he already explained very well, very concise. Therefore, I will maybe give some emphasis. Yeah. So this is a three-dimensional model of catchment of Limboto Lake. So this is the Limboto Lake, and the lake is surrounded by hilly terrain. It's composed by loose material, mainly such as calcareous material. And this material are considered erodible material. Here we can see that Limboto serves as a retarding basin, and the drainage pattern is radial centripetal, and then the Limboto Lake as the central of water accumulation here. Before they flow out from the catchment through the outlet. Yeah. Because the Lake Limboto is the central of the flow accumulation, therefore sedimentary process is inevitably occur. So this is satellite imagery depicts the sediment accumulation in water body. Here we can represent sedimentation, and the sediment material on the catchment, and the erosion potential are indicated by the bare land, steep slope in the catchment area here. Therefore, there are several problems exist in the Limboto catchment, such as sedimentation and Siddiqui already explained about that very well, very comprehensive. And frequent flooding also occur when occupation surrounding the lake, eutrophication, such as water hyacinth, because of the eutrophication, and excessive fish catch. We call it, the local name is Karamba. And this is the past and present condition of the area of Lake Limboto. So we can see that here the depth of the lake is, as well as the area, is decreasing. This map show the sub-watershed and the drainage pattern. Here, see that there are 9 sub-watershed in the Limboto catchment, and it shows that the drainage density is relatively high. It indicates intensive dissection, erosion occur in the upper catchment. This is another 3-dimensional view of the catchments, which show the potential riverbank erosion. Riverbank erosion that's contributes significantly to the sedimentation on Limboto Lake. And this picture show water hyacinth as an indicator of eutrophication. And this picture also show the land cover condition of the Bioga subcatchment, one of subcatchment in Limboto Lake, which mainly consists of shrub and low vegetation. So you can see here. And next, this picture, actually, this is a river, Bioga River during the dry season. The river already filled by the sediment material. And the next, this picture also show roots already exposed. It also indicates the intensive of riverbank erosion. Next, this is the map, depicts the erosion hazard map. So the red color indicates the very heavy erosion potential. So we can see that they almost dominated the catchment. And next, this diagram demonstrates the percentage of land cover of Limboto catchment. The land covers are dominated by dryland agriculture and dryland agriculture mixed with shrub. It indicates that the potential of erosion is quite high when the agriculture activity is not combined by soil and water conservation activities. And the intensive use of dryland agriculture in the steep slope area is most erosion. Therefore, in order to reduce land degradation due to erosion, it is necessary to integrate subsistence agriculture with soil and water conservation. This is the distribution of runoff coefficient in the Limboto catchment. By this map, we can estimate the property of land flow. So the amount of runoff eventually will contribute to flood. This figure demonstrates the calculation of the proportion. And there are several action programs that has been conducted in terms of saving the lake. We call it lake saving movement or gerakan penyelamatan danau or Germadan in short. So first, this lake revitalization, and second is inventory and data collection of lake ownership certificates around the lake. There are some mechanical have been built in the upper catchment in order to reduce the sedimentation, such as sediment traps. It's also already explained by Bapak Siddiqui. And the other mechanical measure is that has been built is terraces. In terms of increasing vegetation cover to reduce the runoff and erosion, is developed agroforestry by community forest, local community forest. Community engagement has been developed through community aspirative action in land rehabilitation, for example, by bamboo planting for the riverbank protection. So I think all that's my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Dr. Dwi Prabowo atas presentasi yang sangat menarik terkait dengan analisis kinerja DAS di YTA Danau Limboto. Selanjutnya Mr. Heru Permana, kami persilahkan. The screen is yours. Kami persilahkan, Pak Heru.
Ya, sebentar Pak, saya izin share.
Baik, sambil menunggu Pak Heru, I'm trying to keep our schedule to 9:30 for our review and inputs. So maybe we could share our time until then for review and input for Mr. Roland Kasim to give their inputs. Oke, Pak Heru, udah bisa?
Belum ada pilihannya ya Pak di sini.
Panitia, apakah bisa dibantu untuk share screen dari Pak Heru Permana?
Mungkin Mbak Desi menjadikan beliau co-host, Mbak Desi atau Mbak Nadira. Tolong, terima kasih.
Sudah Pak Heru, sudah saya jadikan co-host.
Oke, sebentar Bu.
Ya.
Belum muncul di sini ya, my komputernya.
Coba saya ini remove dulu, lalu saya assign ulang ya Pak ya.
Oke. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sambil menunggu Pak Heru, saya
Pak Heru coba.
akan mencoba tetap dengan schedule kita sampai dengan 9.30 untuk review dan inputs, termasuk nanti ada fasilitator untuk Pak Roland Kasim. Sehingga nanti kita bisa keep up our schedule sampai dengan break di 9.30. Oke, saya kira Pak Heru udah masuk. Silakan Pak Heru.
Baik, mohon izin Pak Direktur, Pak Zainal, dan juga Bapak Ibu sekalian. Mungkin saya akan menjelaskan ataupun memberikan gambaran terkait beberapa hal yang kami lakukan dari BPDAS HL Bone Bolango dalam hal penyelamatan Danau Limboto, termasuk kegiatan-kegiatan yang dilakukan dalam beberapa tahun berikut ini. Seperti kita ketahui bersama, DAS Limboto ini merupakan DAS prioritas dan juga termasuk danau prioritas, salah satu dari 15 DAS prioritas dan 15 danau prioritas. Dan Limboto, DAS Limboto itu, Danau Limboto termasuk ke dalam DAS Limboto yang DAS prioritas. Kemudian permasalahan dari DAS yang ada biasanya terdapat seperti pada dokumentasi yang kami sampaikan, adanya critical lands atau lahan kritis yang tersebar di lahan negara maupun di kawasan hutan maupun di area penggunaan lain di lahan milik masyarakat, itu di hulunya. Kemudian juga ada bercocok tanam, cara bercocok tanam dari petani yang tidak berbasiskan konservasi tanah dan air serta tidak ramah lingkungan yang menggunakan zat-zat kimia ataupun tidak menggunakan terasering dan lain sebagainya. Kemudian ada juga petani hanya sebagai penggarap dan tidak sebagai pemilik lahan, dan sebagian besar adalah komoditi jagung yang ditanamnya. Kemudian juga ada bergerak ke tengah, ke bagian tengah ada sampah dan juga polutan, limbah. Kemudian daerah paparan banjir, tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Budi dan juga Pak Prabowo. Kemudian ada juga jenis tutupan yang didominasi oleh pertanian dan lahan terbangun, sehingga menyebabkan daerah tersebut menjadi daerah limpasan air. Kemudian bergerak ke hilir, semakin menyempit sungai-sungai yang ada di wilayah dasnya, dan penuh dengan pemukiman dan sementasi, kemudian sampah dan juga polusi, dan di ujung semakin hilangnya ekosistem mangrove yang ada di daerah hilirnya. Nah, semuanya ini merupakan dari kebutuhan lahan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan dasar, basic needs, dan juga tingkat populasi itu juga akan meningkatkan pemanfaatan lahan dan juga kemungkinan. Kunci dari permasalahan ini adalah spatial utilization atau pemanfaatan tata ruangnya seperti apa nantinya. Dan bisa kami jelaskan di sini kritikal lahan kritis yang ada di Das Limboto ini untuk di luar kawasan ataupun non-forest areas sekitar 22.000 hektar, dan juga di dalam kawasan hutan atau forest area itu sekitar 14.114 hektar, dengan jumlah total lahan kritis yang ada di Das Limboto 36.769 hektar. Nah, untuk lahan kritis yang ada di kawasan hutan ini tersebar di beberapa kawasan dengan fungsi ada cagar alam, kemudian hutan lindung, hutan produksi, dan hutan produksi yang dapat dikonversi, dan hutan produksi terbatas. Sebagian besar terdapat di hutan produksi terbatas, dan lahan ini mungkin tidak semua bisa ditanam karena ada yang sudah memiliki izin, dan juga ada juga lahan-lahan yang tidak mungkin bisa ditanam karena kondisi lahan dan juga penggunaan pemanfaatan lainnya. Dan beberapa permasalahan yang kami hadapi pada saat melaksanakan kegiatan rehabilitasi hutan dan lahan, biasanya yang pertama adalah kebiasaan pembersihan lahan. Biasanya petani itu menggunakan bahan kimia dan juga pembakaran lahan, sehingga mengakibatkan organisme yang ada di dalam tanah itu mati, sehingga tidak bisa, produktivitasnya semakin menurun, dan lama-kelamaan mungkin akan terjadi degradasi fungsi lahan yang akan terjadi kemudian hari. Kemudian yang kedua, petani ini hanya masih berorientasi kepada single produk, tidak multi produk. Jadi mayoritas sebagian besar hampir di setiap tempat petani itu menanam jagung, dan ini memerlukan karena dulu mungkin di masa lampau ada gerakan menanam jagung yang digalakkan oleh pimpinan-pimpinan sebelumnya. Kemudian pertanian dan juga penanaman pemanfaatan lahan tanpa mempertimbangkan dengan prinsip-prinsip konservasi tanah dan air, dan juga sampai sekarang belum ada tanaman unggulan lokal yang sangat cocok dan juga di lahan dan juga disukai oleh masyarakat, karena ini masih belum ada tanaman unggul lokal yang bisa diunggulkan dan juga membuat para petani tertarik untuk menanam. Contoh seperti di Lampung ada yang namanya alpukat siger, dan hampir sebagian besar petani itu tertarik untuk menanam tersebut. Nah, ini mungkin perlu dicari komoditi ataupun jenis tanaman yang bisa bersaing dengan jagung, sehingga tanaman-tanaman yang tadinya single produk bisa menjadi multi produk dan bisa berkombinasi dengan tanaman-tanaman kehutanan contohnya, dan juga buah-buahan, sehingga skema agroforestry yang tadi dijelaskan oleh Pak Budi dapat terlaksana. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah finansial yang masih bergantung kepada APBN dan juga APBD yang dimiliki oleh provinsi. Nah, ini mungkin beberapa upaya yang harus kami lakukan dengan mempertimbangkan man, machine, methods, material, dan money. Dan juga ini membutuhkan proses, kemudian waktu, biaya, tenaga, dan juga ilmu pengetahuan. Nah, kami berharap dari upaya-upaya yang kami lakukan dengan berbagai kendalanya, dan kami berharap dari dampak kegiatan RHL ini bisa berdampak secara ekologi, ekonomi, dan sosial, sehingga di aspek ekologi bisa terjadi penurunan debit banjir, kemudian penurunan erosi dan sedimentasi, dan pada masa jangka yang panjang dapat meningkatkan carbon stock ataupun sequestration. Kemudian di aspek ekonomi bisa menghasilkan kayu dan non-kayu, kemudian pendapatan bisa meningkat, dan tenaga kerja bisa terserap seoptimal mungkin. Kemudian di aspek sosial, kemampuan untuk membuat bibit, dan juga kemampuan ataupun kemauan untuk menanam dan sekaligus memelihara pohon. Tidak hanya menanam jagung, tetapi juga menanam pohon menjadi budaya yang perlu dikembangkan dan bisa membudaya di wilayah Provinsi Gorontalo ini. Kemudian beberapa upaya yang kami lakukan, yang pertama adalah RHL vegetatif yang berada di dalam kawasan melalui rehabilitasi ataupun agroforestry, kemudian di luar kawasan juga ada yang agroforestry, kemudian kebun bibit rakyat atau seed for people, kemudian ada kebun bibit desa dan penghijauan lingkungan, serta ada UPSA, unit pelestarian sumber daya alam, dan kami juga menyediakan bibit gratis untuk masyarakat umum dan juga komunitas. Dan juga ada yang namanya gerakan penanaman 25 pohon selama hidup, 5 pohon selama SD, kemudian 5 pohon SMP, 5 pohon SMA, dan juga 5 pohon pada kuliah, dan terakhir 5 pohon pada saat akan menikah. Dan yang kedua, upaya yang kami lakukan adalah pembuatan bangunan konservasi tanah dan air, seperti bangunan dan pengendali, kemudian dan penahan, gali plak, sumber resapan air, teras, dan rorak, dan terjulan. Kemudian juga ada community empowerment, pemberdayaan masyarakat, yang kami laksanakan melalui pendidikan, pelatihan, dan juga pembekalan serta penguatan kelembagaan. Dan juga pelibatan dari seluruh pihak. Tadi terlihat bahwa pada saat penjelasan Pak Prabowo ada TNI yang terlibat, dan juga perguruan tinggi serta pemerintah dan swasta. Dan yang terakhir, kami pun melakukan koordinasi, integrasi, sinkronisasi, dan sinergi dengan beberapa pihak secara HITS, holistik, integratif, tematik, dan spasial, sehingga arena bermain ataupun tempat bekerja kami jelas dan masing-masing sesuai dengan aturan. Dan ini adalah upaya-upaya yang kami lakukan di RHL yang kami lakukan di Das Limboto selama 2008 sampai 2021, 2018 sampai 2021. Berdasarkan lahan kritis yang kami laksanakan dan juga luas RHL yang kami laksanakan sekitar 1.265, sehingga sisa lahan kritis yang ada di Das Limboto sekitar 35.504 hektar. Dan ini mungkin masih sangat kecil dan juga sesuai dengan kewenangan kami yang masih bergerak di dalam kawasan hutan. Dan juga pada tahun 2018 ada kebun bibit rakyat 6 unit, kemudian agroforestry di DTA Danau 115 hektar, hutan serbaguna 10 hektar, LHL di tahun 2019 juga 765 hektar, KBR 175 hektar, dan KBR tahun 2020 50 hektar. Dan 2021 kami pun melaksanakan kegiatan-kegiatan seperti KBR 1 unit dan bangunan konservasi tanah dan air sekitar 4 DPN dan juga 18 gali plak, dan kegiatan ekohidrolika yang kemarin dibangun di daerah Dungalio yang berhasil menyelamatkan pemukiman dari bahaya banjir yang terjadi di Das. Dan juga ini rincian yang bangunan konservasi tanah dan air dengan jangka waktu 2016 sampai 2021 kami membangun 192 unit DPN dan gali plak sekitar 431 unit dengan asumsi daya tampung dari setiap DPN itu 35 meter kubik per unit dan gali plak 13 meter kubik per unit, sehingga kami bisa menampung sedimentasi yang masuk ke dalam Danau Limboto sekitar 11 ribuan atau 11.000 sekian. Sehingga ini mungkin masih kecil. Tadi mungkin dijabarkan oleh Pak Budi bahwa teman-teman Balai Wilayah Sungai sudah membangun bangunan sedimen-sedimen yang lebih besar dibandingkan dengan bangunan-bangunan konservasi tanah dan air yang dibangun oleh KLHK. Ini mungkin rencana pengelolaan Danau Limboto yang sudah disahkan pada tahun 2018 yang diketahui oleh Pak Budi sebagai Kepala Bapeda Provinsi Gorontalo. Dan mungkin itu dari kami, Bapak. Terima kasih, mohon maaf bila kurang berkenan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Heru Permana. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita masih punya waktu 20 menit ke jam 9.30. Bapak Ibu, kita harus mengapresiasi dan berbangga bahwa Indonesia telah mendorong resolusi Sustainable Lake Management dalam sidang UNIA kemarin terakhir. Namun demikian, di sisi lain memang kita harus semakin concern untuk pengelolaan danau-danau kita. Salah satunya yang kita bicarakan sekarang, Danau Limboto yang masuk sebagai danau prioritas 1. Bapak Ibu sekalian, beberapa hal mungkin yang ingin saya highlight bahwa ekosistem danau, khususnya Danau Limboto yang kita bicarakan sekarang ini menjadi salah satu penyedia freshwater terbaik dan paling luas di wilayah Gorontalo. Namun juga dari causal loop diagram tadi yang disampaikan Pak Budianto Sidiki, dalam sistem dinamiknya terlihat bagaimana faktor sosial ekonomi sedemikian mengambil peran yang sangat penting dalam perubahan bentang luasannya maupun kedalamannya maupun juga kualitas airnya. Sehingga sedemikian holistiknya tadi permasalahan yang disampaikan oleh ketiga pembicara, demikian juga effort kita harus, kalau tadi sering disampaikan HITS atau THIS, tematik, holistik, integratif, dan spasial, menghadapi enceng gondok, kerambat jaring apung, dan lain sebagainya, kemudian upaya-upaya konservasi tanah dan air, pengelolaan tutupan lahan, dan pemulihan lingkungan lahan kritis dan sebagainya juga sudah dilakukan. Bapak Ibu sekalian, panitia izinkan saya langsung menuju ke sesi selanjutnya, review and inputs. Mungkin pertama kami mengundang dari BBWS Sulawesi II, Pak Roland. Kami persilahkan.
Baik, izin Pak Zainal, Pak Direktur, kedengaran suara kami. Ya, baik, terima kasih.
Thank you.
Ya, yang kami hormati Pak Zainal Arifin, yang kami hormati dari Kementerian Bappenas, Pak Direktur, Pak Abdul Malik, Pak Emin, dari BPDAS HL juga, yang kami hormati, narasumber Mr. Jamie, mungkin Bapak Ibu ya dari Kementerian HL, dari kementerian, lembaga, dan instansi yang hadir dalam diskusi hari ini. Saya dari Balai Wilayah Sungai Sulawesi II Gorontalo. Mungkin tidak banyak yang dapat kami sampaikan karena dari paparan yang sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Budi. Selamat pagi Pak Budi juga dari Bapeda Provinsi Gorontalo dan juga dari BPDAS HL. Saya kira ini sudah lengkap upaya-upaya baik fisik dan non fisik yang sudah dilaksanakan yang tentunya tujuannya untuk upaya penyelamatan Danau Limboto. Namun kami dari BWS Sulawesi II, Direktorat Jenderal Sumber Daya Air yang melakukan upaya penanganan revitalisasi Danau Limboto selama ini, ada beberapa kegiatan yang sudah kami lakukan. Yang pertama itu pembangunan bangunan pengendali sedimen atau check dam. Ini kurang lebih 38 buah yang sudah dibangun. Ini mungkin sama halnya dengan yang sudah dibangun oleh BPDAS HL. Tadi saya melihat kurang lebih 431 bangunan galiplak yang ini mungkin juga merupakan bangunan pengendali sedimen yang skala kecil. Gitu Pak. Nah, kita sudah 38 buah yang sudah 38 unit yang sudah kita bangun. Kemudian juga pembuatan tanggul dan pintu outlet daripada Danau Limboto yang tujuannya untuk menaikkan muka air karena memang seperti yang disampaikan tadi oleh Pak Budi bahwa pada kondisi tertentu Danau Limboto ini volume airnya sangat kecil sehingga pintu dan tanggul yang dibangun ini bisa menaikkan muka air nanti pengaturannya. Nah, di tahun ini, tahun 2021 dan 2022 kami ada kegiatan multi-year kontrak yang tahun ini pelaksanaannya, pekerjaannya adalah pembangunan saluran outlet daripada Danau Limboto. Saluran outlet, kemudian juga ada pembangunan saluran drainase sepanjang tanggul yang memang ini mengatasi masalah ketika ada pembangunan tanggul, ada saluran-saluran dari kawasan itu tidak bisa keluar ke Danau Limboto, sehingga kami tahun ini merencanakan untuk pembangunan saluran drainase. Kemudian kegiatan-kegiatan lain juga mungkin tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Budi bahwa kegiatan penyelamatan Danau Limboto yang dilakukan oleh BWS yaitu pengurukan sedimen, kemudian juga pembersihan eceng gondok. Memang seperti yang dalam paparan tadi bahwa pernah untuk eceng gondok sendiri pernah tutupan eceng gondok di Danau Limboto itu mencapai 70%. Namun data 2018 kurang lebih 50% dari luasan danau eceng gondok yang di Danau Limboto. Kemudian izin Pak Direktur, salah satu kegiatan juga yang non fisik yang kita rencanakan tahun ini adalah penetapan sempadan Danau Limboto. Penetapan sempadan. Hasil kajiannya sudah selesai, cuma targetnya kita tahun ini penetapan oleh Menteri PUPR. Satu hal lagi yang mungkin perlu kami sampaikan dari kegiatan yang kita laksanakan memang sesuai desain dari JIK, kemudian desain tahun 2018 untuk penataan kawasan Limboto, Danau Limboto. Ada satu kegiatan yang perlu dilakukan yaitu pembangunan bangunan ambang pemisah yang merupakan sedimen trap. Ini anggarannya kurang lebih 350 miliar untuk pembangunan ambang dan sentrep. Mungkin ini kami berharap bisa direalisasikan, bisa didukung dari Bappenas, izin Pak Ewin, Pak Abdullah. Itu untuk pembangunan ambang dan sedimen trap kurang lebih 350 miliar. Mungkin itu dari kami, Pak Direktur dari BWS Sulawesi II Gorontalo. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished participant, dear friend and colleagues, beberapa hal tadi memang sudah banyak disampaikan dan kita masih punya waktu around 10 minutes. Mr. Jamie, could I give the floor to all the participants to give their inputs, or we have to conclude the discussion? We still have time?
Dr. Zaniel, I think it would be wonderful to have some question time for the rest of the period and involve the audience. Thank you. Over to you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much, Jamie. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami persilahkan untuk bisa memberikan input, masukan, pertanyaan. Beberapa juga tadi ada dari Michael memberikan sedikit saran terkait dengan ada kajian untuk enceng gondok, mungkin bisa menjadi masukan buat kita semua. Baik, Bapak Ibu yang ada di online, apakah ada yang ingin bertanya? Silahkan menggunakan fitur raise hand atau bisa langsung mengetik pertanyaannya di chat, nanti saya akan membacakannya. Enceng gondok juga menjadi ancaman di Rawapening. Sebagian masyarakat di sana mengolah enceng gondok menjadi keripik enceng gondok. Saya sudah mencoba merasakannya. Not bad. Quite delicious also. Kami persilahkan Bapak Ibu, ada pertanyaan?
Dr. Dr. Zainil, Michael O'Neill has his hand up.
Oke, silakan.
Thank you very much, everybody. They were really excellent presentations that gave us a really good feel for the challenges the lake is facing. So thank you very much. I just had a quick question about the community and singling in on major issues. So what are the community most really concerned about when they think about Lake Limboto? And I suppose on the flip side of that, what are they most, when you open it up for community engagement or activities, what are they most keen to get involved in?
Thank you. Is that all for the questions? Okay. Okay, we have another question from, from chat. I think the question is about what is the major concern about the community to in the Lake of Limboto, right? So, Bapak Ibu sekalian, mungkin saya persilahkan Pak yang ada di tapak nih, Pak Heru dan Pak Sidiki. Mungkin pertama ke Pak Kepala Bapeda, Pak Sidiki, kami persilahkan apa sebenarnya yang menjadi concern terbesar untuk subsistem sosial di sana terkait dengan aktivitasnya dan apa yang akan mereka mereka akan bersedia melakukan pengelolaan berkelanjutan, terus keterlibatannya di dalam manajemen Danau Limboto. Kami persilahkan Pak Sidiki
translate loh
dan Pak Heru.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Zainal. Jadi memang kami tadi di balik semua persoalan yang terjadi di Danau Limboto, tentu problem yang menjadi akar persoalan adalah problem yang berkaitan dengan kondisi kesejahteraan masyarakat. Sebagian besar masyarakat Gorontalo itu berpenghasilan sebagai petani. Tetapi memang tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Heru, sebagian besar mereka petani penggarap. Satu, jadi mereka tidak memiliki akses terhadap lahan. Oleh karena mereka tidak memiliki akses terhadap lahan, maka kemudian ini teori yang klasik saya kira berlaku, mereka akan masuk ke lahan-lahan yang sebenarnya tidak begitu layak untuk digunakan sebagai lahan pertanian, yaitu lahan-lahan pada kemiringan yang sebenarnya berada di sekitaran das Limboto LBB, Limboto Belangobone. Jadi das LBB ini salah satu das besar di Provinsi Gorontalo yang banyak memberikan material yang masuk ke Danau Limboto. Jadi problem kemiskinan itu memang problemnya adalah problem yang dialami oleh petani yang mereka sebagian besar tidak memiliki akses lahan. Nah, pertanyaannya tentu menarik ini, bagaimana membuat mereka tertarik untuk melakukan aktivitas pertanian yang sebenarnya tidak memberikan dampak terbesar, yaitu sedimentasi ke Danau Limboto. Maka yang tadi disampaikan oleh Pak Heru itu menarik. Itu yang menurut kami adalah salah satu solusi. Jadi itu yang sedang kita siapkan dalam skema APBD juga, dan ini kami masifkan ke seluruh kabupaten kota karena tentu tidak mungkin luasan lahan kritisnya cukup besar, Pak. Luasan lahan kritisnya cukup besar. Penanganannya adalah mengintegrasikan antara tanaman campuran. Kenapa tanaman campuran? Karena tidak mungkin di tengah kemiskinan warga itu kalau kita mendorong mereka melakukan proses penanaman tanaman tahunan, tentu hasil yang dia dapatkan itu tidak bisa menutupi kebutuhan hidupnya sehari-hari. Tidak bisa menutup kebutuhan hidupnya sehari-hari. Maka ini yang mendorong mereka memilih alternatif tanaman yang hasilnya cepat. Jagung kan dia hanya kurang lebih sekitar 2 sampai 3 bulan, 3 bulan setengah. Dan ditambah dengan kebijakan yang memang memberikan insentif yang besar, pemerintah pusat mengalokasikan kepada kami sebagai salah satu daerah untuk memenuhi kebutuhan jagung, baik kebutuhan nasional maupun kebutuhan di luar kebutuhan global. Gorontalo dalam beberapa hal diberi penugasan untuk melakukan ekspor jagung ke beberapa negara, karena dari sisi produksi melampaui kebutuhan dalam negeri kami, dalam daerah, dan di sisi lain secara geografis pelabuhan kami, Pelabuhan Anggrek itu memiliki jarak yang secara geografis memiliki jarak yang lebih dekat kepada beberapa negara yang meminta impor dan kita mengekspor. Jadi problemnya di situ, Pak. Nah, kalau kita memutus seperti tadi sampaikan mengalihkan, tentu ini akan menjadi problem juga dari sisi ekonomi. Kenapa? Karena rantai nilai jagung itu sudah terbentuk. Jadi mulai dari hulu, dari inputnya, dari petani, kemudian ada pengumpul, kemudian ada trader, apalagi sudah terbentuk beberapa industri, bukan industri olahan memang, tapi mereka memang disiapkan untuk melakukan upaya peningkatan kualitas jagung agar dia memenuhi standarisasi ekspor. Karena dia untuk kebutuhan pakan ternak, baik untuk ekspor keluar daerah maupun ekspor ke luar negeri. Jadi menurut hemat kami, integrasi tanaman agroforestry ya, contoh misalnya saya lihat BPTP, Balai Penerapan Teknologi Pertanian pernah merekomendasikan antara kakao dengan tanaman kacang-kacangan. Jadi dia tidak bisa berdiri sendiri hanya kakao yang dia 3 tahun baru mendapatkan hasil. Dia harus diintegrasikan dengan tanaman yang juga bisa mereka jual dalam waktu yang singkat. Itu di daerah hulu, Pak, di daerah hulu. Di badan danaunya sendiri kan problemnya adalah KJA tadi, Pak. Keramba jaring apung. Nah, keramba jaring apung ini memang melalui Kementerian Perikanan dan dinas terkait, kami sebenarnya sudah mulai dengan termasuk dengan BPDAS HL, dengan Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup. Bu Ingel, saya ingat persis 2 tahun lalu, kita pernah menguji coba, ingin mencoba melihat peluang pengalihan KJA menjadi sistem budidaya terpal, budidaya ya semacam aquaponik ya di darat. Walaupun ini memang tidak mudah. Tapi uji coba itu sebenarnya berhasil. Kami sudah melihat beberapa kelompok yang diberi insentif itu, mereka berhasil mengembangkan budidaya walaupun ada beberapa kendala secara teknis. Tapi problemnya karena tidak masif, maka karena sebagian besar masih ada di danau, maka memang belum semuanya mau beralih. Nah, apa yang menarik bagi mereka? Mereka sebenarnya sudah mengusulkan kepada Balai Wilayah Sungai, salah satunya misalnya daerah-daerah di wilayah di sebelah tanggul itu diusulkan untuk menjadi daerah untuk pengembangan budidaya ikan dengan sistem tambak, kolam tambak. Tetapi memang mesti ada intervensi karena harus diatur sistem pengairannya dan lain sebagainya. Karena faktanya di sebelah tanggul itu kan tujuannya untuk mempertahankan ketinggian air. Tapi faktanya di sebelah tanggul itu ada air. Maka dalam kondisi seperti itu, masyarakat meminta agar daerah-daerah itu dikembangkan saja menjadi daerah untuk budidaya perikanan. 2 hal ini yang menurut saya kalau ini dikembangkan, tentu tetap juga dengan memprioritaskan upaya melakukan edukasi, advokasi karena perilaku masyarakat dan seluruh pelaku usaha di seputaran di daerah tengah yang juga memberikan sumbangsi terhadap limbah yang masuk ke danau. 3 hal ini saya kira treatment yang menurut kami mungkin dalam jangka pendek bisa dilakukan secara masif untuk merubah kondisi Danau Limboto dalam waktu yang tidak terlalu lama. Saya kira itu dari kami.
Terima kasih Pak Siddiqui. Ada sedikit follow up ini dari Mr. O'Neill bahwa kalau petani mulai berubah dari jagung ke alpukat, apakah alpukat ini juga membutuhkan irigasi, penyiraman dan lain sebagainya. Nanti mungkin bisa direspon. Mungkin ada Pak Heru mungkin mau memberikan tambahan, terutama terkait dengan bagaimana keterlibatan masyarakat juga untuk ikut dalam sustainable lake management di wilayah kerja Bapak. Persilakan Pak.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Dir. Tadi mungkin sudah dijelaskan oleh Pak Budi cukup komprehensif dan memang agak gampang-gampang susah Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk menarik minat dari para petani ataupun masyarakat ya. Contoh kasus misalnya kami di daerah hulu yang bergerak di kegiatan rehabilitasi hutan dan lahan, karena mereka bergantung sekali kepada jagung dan yang menarik buat mereka adalah upahnya Pak, Bapak Ibu sekalian, upah dan bibit. Ketika bibitnya itu bagus dan memiliki market dan pasar dan menjanjikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan hidup mereka, mereka pasti akan tertarik untuk ikut menanam dengan skema agroforestry yang tadi kita galakan dan kita sosialisasikan. Karena tidak mungkin kita menghilangkan jagung dan malah jagung sekarang saatnya menjadi teman untuk tanaman kayu-kayuan dan juga tanaman buah-buahan, sehingga disitulah kompromi kami dan corrective action kami. Kalau mungkin di masa lampau kami terlalu memaksakan tanaman kayu-kayuan di daerah hulu, tetapi karena corrective action yang kami laksanakan, kami menanam tanaman-tanaman yang memang diminati dan juga bisa memiliki pasar di kemudian harinya, dan itu mungkin akan menarik para petani untuk ikut serta dalam kegiatan RHL. Namun balik lagi karena tadi faktor kemiskinan dan kebutuhan hidup yang menjadi yang utama, sehingga pasti mereka akan mengutamakan jagung terlebih dahulu. Karena tadi dijelaskan oleh Pak Budi, 2-3 bulan sudah bisa panen, dan bisa dibayangkan kalau misalnya 1 tahun, mereka sudah bisa 2 ataupun 3 kali panen, mungkin bisa lebih dengan bibit yang unggul, bisa menghasilkan 10 atau 15 juta per sekali panen. Dan itu sangat menjanjikan sekali dan pasarnya sudah terbentuk, sehingga rantai pemasaran jagung ini sudah terbentuk, sehingga kami agak kesulitan ketika lahan-lahan ataupun lahan negara dimasuki oleh penggarap dan ditanami oleh jagung, dan kegiatan RHL mereka pasti menanyakan bibit apa yang akan ditanam. Kalau misalnya bibit-bibit yang bersifat kayu-kayuan dan tidak memiliki nilai ekonomis yang tinggi, mereka tidak akan tertarik. Nah, ini mungkin perlu upaya sosialisasi kembali yang kami laksanakan dan juga edukasi kepada masyarakat bahwa pentingnya peran mereka dalam melestarikan lingkungan, terutama di daerah hulu, karena akan berdampak kepada bagian tengah dan hilirnya. Dan terkait dengan tadi di badan sungai juga, tadi Pak Budi sudah menjelaskan sekali, karena ada KJA dan juga pemukiman yang mungkin lama-kelamaan Pak Budi di tahun 2000 berapa tadi daratannya menjadi semakin melebar, dan apabila penetapan sepadan belum segera ditetapkan akan mengakibatkan pemukiman semakin berkembang ke daerah badan sungai yang semakin menciut nantinya. Nah, ini mungkin tadi yang sudah dijelaskan adanya upaya kami di tahun 2018 memindahkan ataupun membudayakan bioflok yang memindahkan dari KJA yang ada di badan sungai dengan bioflok dan juga biogas, dan juga pemanfaatan eceng gondok di tahun 2018. Namun di tahun-tahun berikutnya mungkin karena itu bukan tupoksinya KLHK, karena kami background-nya bukan terkait dengan perikanan, sehingga menjadi catatan buat auditor dan pemeriksa, sehingga tidak diberikan kembali. Tetapi jika bantuan-bantuan itu diberikan bersifat masif dan bisa memberikan contoh yang berhasil dan sukses, pasti masyarakat akan berdoyong-doyong dan semuanya akan ikut berpartisipasi dalam menyelamatkan danau ini. Terkait dengan tadi jenis yang alpukat sebagai contoh di Lampung, Pak, karena mereka sudah memiliki market yang ditanyakan oleh Pak Onil, tadi sudah memiliki market dan mereka tertarik untuk menanam itu. Nah, kami sedang berusaha mencari jenis komoditas itu yang kira-kiranya petani itu tertarik menanam apa sih gitu. Nah, sampai saat ini yang tahan dengan climate dan juga cuaca yang ada di Gorontalo adalah salah satunya jenis jabu mente, karena dia masih tahan dengan pembakaran lahan dan juga ketika disemprot oleh bahan kimia, tetapi masih bisa tumbuh gitu. Jadi sehingga kami tanaman-tanaman RHL pun jambu mente disukai dan digemari, tinggal membentuk pasar yang akan menampung buah-buahan jambu mente yang sekiranya bisa menampung untuk meningkatkan pendapatan tambahan buat petani selain jagung. Mungkin itu Pak Dir, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Heru dan Pak Budianto, saya kira sangat komprehensif. Mudah-mudahan terjawab pertanyaan Michael O'Neill tadi. pada prinsipnya memang KLHK mendorong partisipasi masyarakat yang lebih kuat terkait dengan kegiatan konservasi tanah dan air, salah satunya adalah rehabilitasi vegetatif, termasuk di dalamnya di daerah tangkapan air danau prioritas terutama. Perlu kita garis bawahi bahwa danau menjadi bagian landscape ekosistem das, sehingga danau yang rusak, maka ekosistem dasnya juga rusak. Dan pendekatan-pendekatan rehabilitasi yang kita lakukan, konservasi tanah dan air yang kita lakukan, itu harus berbasis landscape das dan juga berbasis ekosistem produktif, karena sedemikian kuatnya tekanan masyarakat terhadap penggunaan lahan untuk produktivitas kehidupannya. Saya kira itu salah satu hal yang penting yang perlu kita garis bawahi dalam melakukan pengelolaan danau berkelanjutan, sustainable lake management, terutama juga di danau-danau prioritas kita, termasuk di Danau Limboto yang kita diskusikan sekarang. Masukan yang sangat baik juga tadi, karena integrasi kegiatan oleh teman-teman dari PUPR, banyak program dari teman-teman Kemenko, Bappenas, kerjasama luar negeri, dan lain sebagainya. Saya kira pendekatannya sudah sangat lengkap dan komplit. Bapak Ibu sekalian, distinguished participant, dear friend and colleagues, saya kira kita sudah sampai di akhir sesi diskusi ini. Sekarang waktu menunjukkan pukul 9 lebih 37 menit. So I back to you, Mr. Jamie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Zainal. I find humour is such a wonderful aspect of these meetings. And Dr. Zainal, you spoke about having a music channel option to Zoom. We might have to suggest that, because that was fantastic. And the other thing, I'm quite keen, after all that talk and empowering communities and technical discussions on basins and basin plans and the priority lake aspects of Lake Limboto and the management plan for the lake, after all those efforts from our wonderful speakers, I can't help thinking, what does a water hyacinth chip taste like? You mentioned you've tasted water hyacinth chips.
You will find it at Rawapening.
Mungkin Pak Heru yang bisa menjawab.
in the middle of Java. Jadi mereka they made the enceng gondok and it's into chips.
Pak Jainal yang sudah merasai, Bu, kalau kami.
Yeah, in the middle of Java at Rawapening, there is a community who turn enceng gondok into chips. It's quite delicious. You should try it, Jimmy.
Well, one of these days I would like to try it. As you said so very well, Dr. Mohammed Zainal, our speakers presented beautifully today, very eloquent, very nicely spoken. We had some questions and we had interest. And so we've ignited this discussion again, continuing on from yesterday, and we're going to be able to connect after this short break we're going to be able to connect and move into the Australian side of the story, which is Lake Wellington and the wet map. I also would like to, Dr. Zainal, before we do go to break, to mention that Michael O'Neill has put another comment into chat, and he's speaking about the Gippsland Lakes and their management of Lake Wellington. So please have a look at that in the break. And I also want to just touch again with our Nadira. She's mentioned, please fill out that registration form in the chat if you haven't already. Otherwise, it is 9:40 in Indonesia. So let's come back at 9:55. So that's a 15-minute break. And then we'll come back in Australia. If you're in AEDT time, we'll come back at 1:55. So 9:55 in Indonesia and 1:55 in Australia. Thank you to our speakers. Very much appreciated your enthusiasm for your subjects, and the slides were top quality. So well presented, well spoken, and thanks again to our interpreters. Okay, see you back at 9:55 or at 1:55 in Australia. Thank you. Screen, cameras off and mute, please, as well. Thank you. Hello, Dr. Zainal. Welcome back to you. And I can see other people are coming back as well.
Hello again, Jimmy.
Did you try any of those water hyacinth chips?
I can show you the picture of the chips.
Oh, yes, please. And then while you're doing that, Dr. Zainal, I'm going to after you show that.
This
Oh,
is
right.
the Enteng Gondok crispy.
Are
You can
they
find it.
oven fried with a bit of oil or something?
It's about on like French fries tasting.
Wow.
You should try it.
Do they travel well, or do they crush because they're crisp? Do they
Yeah,
squeeze
they're
easily and
crisp.
crush up? Yeah.
Very crispy, just crust.
Oh, well, next time I'm in Indonesia, Doctor, I will certainly look those up. Fantastic.
I will give
What a
it to you,
great-
the chips.
what a reward for a weed, isn't it? To use a weed and eat it. It's a really nice segue to our next topic.
Okay.
And Sarah Jenkins, hello Sarah, is saying they look delicious. What I thought thank you, Doctor. What I thought I would do before we start our next session with the Victorian case studies is I'd really like to bring Alex Flood back into the stage or the podium. And I'd like Alex to give a quick wrap or a quick summary of what he heard from this morning's session. Dr. Zainal gave a wonderful summary of our speakers. And of course, the detail came from those speakers in Mr. Budianto, Dr. Dr. Dwi Parabo and Mr. Heru Permiana and Mr. Rowland as well. So over to you, Alex, for a nice wrap for what the Commonwealth heard from Australia. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you so much for our speakers for this morning's session and that what we call a deep dive into Lake Limboto, really understanding some of the issues and the challenges for Lake Limboto. So we kind of heard about how the geography of Lake Limboto kind of impacts it. You know, it's in a hilly area and it has increased sedimentation, and you know the lake is decreasing in size over time, and they're presenting real challenges. And then we're hearing about the community who rely on the lake for their livelihood, and you know, and that corn is a great cash crop for their livelihood, and there are easy access to markets, but that then presents a problem with you know, with how do you manage the community who are kind of dependent on corn, and we heard, you know, you're trying some other options and exploring other options like aquaculture and things to try and work with that. So I think that certainly Lake Limboto is very important for those who live on it and around it and depend on it for their livelihood. So I think that yeah, I want to thank you all for your lovely presentation, and yeah, hopefully I'm looking forward to hearing now from Victoria and the knowledge and the experience that they'll be sharing around the Lake Wellington case study example, and also the wet map you know, explanation, and the tools that they use to help manage and their sustainable water management. So that's my summary from what I heard this morning. So thank you, Jamie, and thank you all our speakers from Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex Flood, for that tremendous wrap up. And it's also a good reminder to say that Arwen Winata has posted in the chat that really important content about supporting our speakers, thanking them for their talk, and also having that single sharing information system, which I know can happen. And I'll leave it up to you, very good souls, to organise how you would share that information in a format that allows that continued collaboration and continued work. So that is good. And given that we are moving on to our next session, I'd like to bring up to the stage Anthony Good. Anthony is from the West Gippsland Catchment Management Authority in Australia, and he's a land programs coordinator. He's going to talk about the case study from the Victorian Catchment Management Association, and then we'll also have Shane Haywood talking as well. My notes say Anthony's first up to the stage, and then I think we're going to have Shane. So Anthony Good, followed by Shane Haywood. And remember, folks, questions in chat, and then we can have hands up as well. Over to you, Anthony.
Thanks, Jamie.
Shane first. Shane first. Actually, over to you, Shane.
That's all good. Thank you, Jamie. Just before I get started, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the country in which I am today, and that is the Gurnai people. There are elders both past, present and emerging. And I'd also, on behalf of Anthony and myself, like to thank our Indonesian colleagues for inviting us along to present and supporting our federal and state colleagues in this forum. So thank you very much. So today, both Anthony and I will be presenting on the Lake Wellington Land and Water Management Plan. The presentation's basically a case study on Lake Wellington. So we'll be focusing on the challenges and the management responses addressed by the Lake Wellington Land and Water Management Plan. Next slide, please. Thank you. So Lake Wellington is part of the Gippsland Lakes. The Gippsland Lakes are a group of coastal lakes, lagoons and marshes that are separated from the sea by a barrier dune system. They're located in southeast Victoria, approximately 200 kilometres from Melbourne. The main lakes are fed by 7 key catchments, river systems, and the total catchment area takes up around about 20,000 square kilometres. So it's quite a large catchment. Next slide, please. The total area of the Gippsland Lakes itself is around 600 square kilometres. Originally, it was totally a freshwater system, but back in around 1889, an entrance was established to allow access from the ocean. It's also interesting to note that the Gippsland Lakes are the largest navigable inland waterway in Australia. Next slide, please. The Gippsland Lakes themselves have got a number of values, if you like, in both terms of flora and fauna. You can see there from the photos. Next slide, please. It's also interesting to note that there are internationally significant wetlands with a large array of different species. Here's some unique species here. There's the Bunurong dolphin, which is a unique species of dolphin that only occurs in the Gippsland Lakes and sometimes visits Port Phillip and Western Port Bay around Melbourne. There's also the Gippsland water dragon and the green and gold bullfrog, just as an example. Next slide, please. There's also a number of social values. It's very important for tourism, certainly important to the communities that live in and around the lake system, and recreational fishing is certainly important. And we heard, or Michael mentioned before in the chat, that commercial fishery operated in the lake system since about the late 1800s. However, the government banned that, I think, coming to play in July 2021. It was quite an interesting process to witness in terms of the engagement with the community in terms of bringing that process through. The Gippsland Lakes are a Ramsar listed system, important for the East Asian Australian flyway. Yeah, it's interesting. The birds themselves fly somewhere around 10,000 kilometres twice a year from both from Alaska, Northern Asia, down through to Australia and New Zealand. Next slide, please. So Lake Wellington catchment itself is in the far western end of the Gippsland Lakes. You can see from that map the boundary of the catchment. Around about 60% of the catchment itself is covered in remnant forest through the Highlands area. The remaining flat country is the Gippsland Plains and has been largely cleared for agriculture from the late 1800s. Irrigated agriculture is highlighted on the map through the yellow section there. It's very important for the local region from an economic perspective, providing approximately $750 million per year in product. What is of interest is even though we have 60% of that area that's forested, you may be aware that Victoria is very prone to wild bushfires, and that can cause major issues in terms of sedimentation after bushfires. Back in, I think it was 2010-11 or 09-10, we had some major bushfires in that catchment, and the irrigation district is delivered from Lake Glen Maggie, which is in the northern end of the irrigated area. And it's estimated that there was approximately between 3 and 5% of the total volume lost in that catchment, in that dam, due to sediment build-up as a result of sediment erosion post fires. Next slide, please. So the irrigation district itself is, well, predominantly historically has been mainly dairy and beef. Over the previous 10 to 15 years, we've seen intensive horticulture start coming into the system. This is largely because of more reliable water supplies compared to other areas in Australia, and we're seeing that trend slowly change. What's of interest in this map itself is we do an annual land use mapping process in partnership with our colleagues at Agriculture Victoria and Southern Rural Water. The reason we do that is to inform our management activities moving forward. So if we see a change in land use, it helps define how we engage with those farmers. The MID itself, or Macalister Irrigation District, is made up of around about 53,000 hectares in total, and as mentioned before, provides around about $750 million in produce per year. Next slide, please. Lake Wellington itself, as mentioned before, was originally a freshwater lake. It was cleared largely for agriculture during the late 1800s, early 1900s. I mentioned before there was a man-made entrance cut into the lake's entrance, which has since then increased salinity levels in the lakes, including Lake Wellington. And also within the system, there was a number of large dams constructed between 1910 and 1970, which resultingly has reduced freshwater inflows and has further increased salinity levels in the Lake Wellington itself. Next slide, please. The challenge we have for Lake Wellington is certainly salinity, as I mentioned before, as a result of the reduced inflows, increased evaporation within Lake Wellington itself, and also the intrusion of salt water back up through the system. Over time, the system has slowly became more saline. Sorry, just get a bit of feedback there. Yeah, the salinity was largely caused initially by a combination of historical land clearing and inefficient irrigation through the Macalister Irrigation District. At its worst, the salinity was estimated to cost the economy around about $10 to $15 million a year in lost productivity. Next slide, please. In terms of the broader catchment, there's been an extensive amount of biodiversity and habitat loss over the period. A number of the vegetation communities around Lake Wellington are federally listed as vulnerable. And in terms of biodiversity, you can see from this map here that the high level of fragmentation throughout the catchment. Next slide, please. The biggest challenge we have with Lake Wellington are algal blooms. Now, fundamentally, the algal blooms are a result of medium levels of nitrates, but high levels of phosphorus entering the system, which impacts on the values of the Ramsar site, but also from an economic perspective, the algal blooms certainly impact on the tourism, the fisheries, etc., etc. In 2008, there was a large bloom that was calculated to have cost the economy around about $26 million. It's interesting to note that there was a question posed yesterday as to how do you maintain long-term focus on managing systems without political influence. And in this particular case, and Anthony will touch on this, but Lake Wellington itself, we've got a ministerial approved target for phosphorus reduction. So over a period of 10 years, the target is to reduce the amount of phosphorus entering the Gippsland Lake system by 15 tonne per annum. It's modelled that if we could reduce by 15 tonne per annum, then the actual impact of algal blooms would be reduced significantly. However, it's also worth noting that algal blooms have been a natural part of the system for a long time. The extent and the length of algal blooms is determined by the amount of phosphorus in the system at any given time and the perfect climatic events to trigger that off. With that, we'll go to the next slide and I'll hand it over to Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. So I'll now talk through some of the management responses that we've developed to help address some of these challenges that Shane has outlined. And so the management of the waterways in Australia is governed by multiple levels, as has been discussed throughout this forum. But at a regional level, for the Gippsland Lakes, there are three strategies that are prominent. Firstly, the Gippsland Lakes Ramsar Site Management Plan, which aims to improve the ecological character of the lake site themselves. The second is the Regional Waterway Strategy, whose focus is the rivers and wetlands within the broader catchment. And the third, which is the focus of this presentation, is the Lake Wellington Land and Water Management Plan, which specifically focuses on working with the irrigated agriculture community in the catchment. And that's also the plan that Shane and myself and our colleagues are responsible for implementing in the area. So over the next few slides, I'll try and explain how we developed the plan, but then importantly, I'll try and spend a bit of time explaining what implementation actually looks like on the ground, and then I'll also touch on our continuous improvement framework, what we call our monitoring, evaluation, reporting and improvement framework, and then also some of the achievements so far. So the plan was developed throughout, or mostly through 2017 into 2018 in three main stages. And really critically, what I wanted to highlight, that imperative to all three of those stages was really close consultation with stakeholders, but in particular the farming community. So a project steering committee was established to oversee the process, and three separate consultation groups were established. One of those was primarily with agency and industry stakeholder representatives. But the other two, one was specifically with the dairy sector, which you saw before, accounts for approximately 85% of the farming community. And the other was with the growing vegetable or horticulture sector in the catchment. And, the broader community beyond the farming community was also invited to input throughout all those stages. And I guess this really close consultation and buy-in from the community has really been integral to the development of the plan, but also the implementation, the plan success so far. So the vision of the plan is to support a highly productive and sustainable irrigation community that values and protects its natural and cultural assets. And so to achieve this, the plan identified 5 long-term outcomes, and they are to reduce nutrients and pollutants entering the lake, to contain the impacts of salinity, to support sustainable regional economic growth, to improve understanding and management of social and cultural values, and finally to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, particularly from the irrigated agriculture sector. And so a series of work programs were prioritised, and I'll now through some examples of those and what they look like on the ground. So firstly, and probably foremostly, is we run an extensive farm planning incentive program. So in this program, farmers can receive a 75% rebate on the cost of developing a professionally designed farm plan for their farm, for their property. So the farm plans, they really help the farmers identify what opportunities there are on their farm to help, guide in their decision making and make sure that their farm can be developed in line with best practice and in line with the regional strategies and in the context of those regional objectives we're trying to achieve. Next slide, please. So secondly, sort of the step beyond, once the farm plan's developed, then we go, the Victorian government in particular has invested heavily in irrigation modernisation throughout the district. And so what that looks like on the ground is, we've been supporting farmers to undertake irrigation upgrades, primarily to improve water use efficiency on the farm. And by doing that, that generates a series of flow-on effects for reduced nutrients, reduced sediments entering Lake Wellington. So we'll stay on that. So we do this by, as I said, providing incentives to irrigators to upgrade their infrastructure. And so the 3 key ones that we've been targeting in recent years are the installation of irrigation reuse dams. So they're systems that capture irrigation runoff water and the nutrients contained in that water, and they reuse that water and nutrients on the farm before they can enter into a waterway and end up in the lakes. Another improvement that we make is the conversion from flood to highly efficient spray irrigation systems like center pivot irrigators. And more recently, we've also supported automated high flow flood irrigation technology, which greatly improves water use efficiency. We also, as shown on this slide, we support dairy farmers to upgrade their effluent systems, which enables them to spread dairy effluent across their farm and take advantage of the nutrient-rich resource that enables them to grow more grass rather than those nutrients, again, flowing into the waterways and into Lake Wellington. We also have run a lot of workshops around fertiliser management. So these workshops, as well as understanding best practice fertiliser management, we work through the process of helping them develop fertiliser management plans specifically for their farm. And we also run a lot of discussion groups, irrigation expos, training events, field days, just lots of events to help the community learn from experts in the various fields, but really importantly helps them learn from each other as well, which has been a real centerpiece of the work that we do.
Another thing that we do is we run lots of demonstrations and trials to encourage the adoption of new technology and new methods. A couple of the more recent ones that we've been working on are trials relating to soil moisture monitoring to improve irrigation application and scheduling. And the other one that I've mentioned there is multi-species pastures, which provide potentially significant benefits in terms of improved soil health and nutrient cycling and water use efficiency again. And I just, as I said before, just quickly touch on, one of the most important aspects of all the work we do is, continually engaging with our stakeholders and the community to ensure that we're continually improving the services that we provide. And so, this is what we call our monitoring, part of our monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and improvement framework. And it's sort of integral to the cycle that we run. And so as I said, the framework allows us to continually improve and adjust our program delivery and also demonstrate our achievements, which I'll get to in a minute. Another area that we support is ongoing research, such as, so at the moment, we've just commenced a 5-year collaborative project with Monash University and Melbourne University to improve our understanding of nutrient movement through the catchment. And again, it's hoped that over time this will improve our understanding of the system and improve our management in the future. So turning to some of the achievements now. So from the works, these works have been going on for approximately 20 years now. And, from all those works over that time, we can show that over 80% of the farms in this district now have a professionally developed irrigation farm plan that gives them the roadmap to implement best practice on their property. We have also supported over 500 irrigation upgrades, and those works have flowed on to an estimated water saving of 44 gigalitres, which in the context of the catchment works out to be approximately 25% of the total water in the annual in an annual cycle. And also those works and those water savings also translate to an estimated 22 tonnes of phosphorus that are prevented from entering Lake Wellington every year. So as Shane was alluding to before, that significantly reduces that risk of algal bloom in Lake Wellington. And as further evidence of that, we do a lot of monitoring. So we have a phosphorus load monitoring network set up throughout the catchment, and that helps us track our progress and inform future management. What is very clear in this graph on this slide is the really close relationship between the phosphorus load and which is in the blue bars, and the rainfall, which is the red line on this graph. What was really pleasing for us, which may be a little bit hard to see on the graph, but in 2018-19, we achieved a record low amount of phosphorus entering Lake Wellington. And the reason why that was a low rainfall year, so it was expected to be low, but the reason why we were so happy with it was that we also know that during that year there was a record amount of irrigation water delivered to farms in that year. So that basically means that whilst there was a lot of irrigation water being applied to farms, none of that water and none of the nutrients and fertilizers were running off the farms. It was all being kept on farm. So that was a good piece of evidence that a lot of the irrigation upgrades, the water use efficiency works, the fertiliser management planning. A lot of that work is starting to pay off. However, we do know that there's still a lot of work to be done. As you can see in that chart, the last year was an extremely wet year in our catchments, and that produced a really high phosphorus load coming off. So whilst we know we've done some good work, there's still plenty of work to be done. We also do a lot of monitoring around the salinity risk across the district, and so these two maps show the difference in the salinity risk from 1996 to last year in 2021. So the red areas on the map are those areas that were mapped as being at risk of land salinisation, and that flows on to those productivity and environmental risks that we talked about earlier. And so, yeah, that's another really pleasing trend that shows that the work that we're doing is starting to pay off. Another area that the Catchment Management Authority is very involved in is the protection of rivers and riparian areas. So yeah, again, over the last 20 years, we've helped farmers protect hundreds of kilometres of riverbanks, primarily through fencing to exclude stock, and also revegetation along those riverbanks. And that provides, both an important buffer between the farming land and the river, but it also helps reduce bank erosion, which is another major source of nutrient and sediment into the lakes. So that's where we'll end this presentation. I hope that's provided some insight into how we manage some of the complex challenges for Lake Wellington, and we're happy to take any questions in the remaining time.
Thank you, Anthony Good, and thank you, Shane Hayward, very much for your presentations. They were fantastic, and yes, they were complex. And Shane, what I heard you say, and before we do go to questions, just giving people the chance to think about their questions, Anthony and Shane, you can put them in chat or you can raise your hand. But Shane, what I heard you say was the West Gippsland catchment area is about 20,000 square kilometres. There are unique flora and fauna, so dolphins and water dragons and bell frogs were some of the animals. It's a high social value area, and tourism is important. It's opened up from the sea in the late 1800s, and it's been mainly dairy and beef, although it's increasingly intensive horticulture. And so there's similar themes here, isn't there, between Lake Lomboto and Lake Wellington here as well, where those social values, the tourism, the pressure on land is really important. Anthony, what I heard you say was about the importance of managing that salinity and the algal blooms. You touched on, I think, some of that political influence as well. And you reached your target of reducing phosphorus going into the lake through all those complicated management plans that look at reducing salinity, about protecting the environment through reducing erosion. You spoke about saving 25% of the water. Tremendous gains have been made through working with the communities, the landholders, those political people. But I think what supports all that, you outlined about the farm planning incentives, about decision support tools, about upgrading infrastructure, new technology, increasing monitoring events, and basically being aware and bringing everyone in that community into involving and owning the situation. We all are part of the lake, and
Sorry, Jamie, you are muting.
I am too. Sorry about that. That's mistake number 2, isn't it? no good at all. So thank you for letting me know, Owen. That's really good. So what I was just saying there was just thanking Shane and thanking Anthony as well for their presentations. I heard Shane talk about the lake being 20,000 square kilometres, about the importance of the animals. He mentioned dolphins and water dragons and bellfrogs. He spoke about social values and tourism and how the lake had been opened up since the late 1800s. He spoke about dairy and beef and increasing uses of intensive horticulture. He also mentioned about salinity, algal blooms, the increase of phosphorus and nitrogen, and he spoke and just touched on the political influences as well. What I heard Anthony talk about was about improving frameworks. He spoke about increasing or decreasing salinity over time, about protecting banks from erosion. He spoke about saving 25% of water use. Fantastic contributions. That was done by the community. He even spoke about reaching that target, 22 tonnes of phosphorus reduced going into the system. And that was supported by the farm planning incentives, about decision support tools, upgrading infrastructure, new techniques, using monitoring, increased monitoring of soil health and research. So all those elements in the community have come together and shown that it's very similar in some ways to Lake Lambotol. Some of those issues are quite similar, and doing that with people in the community, the landholders, other stakeholders, and yes, that political influence we heard as well mentioned. It's all very important. So Shane, we got a question there in the chat, and I can see you've got your hand up. But Sarah's question is, for those of you who are interested in the relationship between the Water Act and the CALP Act discussed by Vincent Lee and Joe Wallace yesterday, you may be interested in the statements of obligation, and she's put an attachment in the chat which talks about the guiding principles of that. And so just having some thanks to Sarah for sharing that link. So thank you, Sarah Jenkins. Shane, you've got your hand up, and we're waiting some questions from the audience as well.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. Just want to point of clarification. The 22 tonne of phosphorus saved is over the lifetime of the program, the 20 years. I mentioned about the 15 tonne total reduction that's been set. Now that target was set about 3 or 4 years ago, so that's taken into account the savings so far, but we need to attain another 15 tonne reduction to be confident that we can impact on those algal blooms. Now that 15 tonne reduction, 7.5 tonne of that is being targeted in the irrigation area, and the other 7.5 tonne within the Wellington catchment is in the dry land area. So just a point of clarification. The other important point that Anthony mentioned was the research project that we're currently partnering with Monash University and the University of Melbourne. The purpose of that is to give us far more confidence in our assumptions around those savings. So what I mean by that is it's a very intense monitoring program with a lot of data being collected at the catchment, the sub-catchment, but importantly at the farm scale. Now, this, from my understanding, hasn't been done in a coordinated way that we can find around the globe. What we're hoping to do is get a better idea, if we do put in a reuse system, what impact does that have, both in terms of a total saving, but also the temporal scale as well. So if we can start getting those sort of answers, what we can then estimate is, if reuse is the best thing to do, how many hectares within the irrigation district do we have to have capturing reuse to be able to have an impact on that target of 15 tonne. So if it's currently 15% of the total catchment area is in reuse, do we need 30% of that total area to be able to hit that market? So that's, yeah, so just point of clarification. Thanks.
Thanks, Shane. That's tremendous. You can do that. I appreciate that. And I can see Arwen doing lots of nodding there. So in lieu of another question, Arwen Winata, I'd love you to come in. And is there similarities in any of this work you see that can be applied to Lake Lambotol?
Me? Sorry, Jamie?
Yes, yeah,
Oh,
Owen,
okay. Thank you. I think it's tremendous to hear and listen that the analysis, it's very detailed from our college in Wellington Lake Management. And we see that until the farm level, at the target and the analysis, that the intervention could be formulated and then made to support the all the goals or the outcomes that have been set. Ms. Haywood said it's 4 years ago, and then we see the impact because of the maybe the best tools or best way to monitor also the activities and the outcome. And I think that's also maybe part that we can learn in here in Indonesia, and especially if we then decide to have a pilot for this for that kind of intervention in Lake Limboto. And I would like also to hear if that possible. My college, maybe Mr. Haywood or other colleagues, could elaborate more on the decision support tool that you mentioned previously in the presentation. I think that's very good. Yeah, thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Owen. Anthony, you mentioned about that decision support tool. Could you highlight some more details on that, please?
Yeah, sure. No, thank you very much for the question, Owen. So the decision support tool is very much focused at the farm planning level. And so what it helps, or what it aims to do, is help step our farmers through a logical series of questions so that they can identify where potential improvements on their farm are. And importantly, I guess what we always try and achieve is what we call win-win outcomes. So that is outcomes that are both good for their production and their farming business, but outcomes that also meet the goals that we are setting from an environmental point of view to help improve the lake system. So, yeah, the decision support tool, I would be more than happy to share with you. And yeah, it's, as I said, it really steps out just a logical series of questions that help farmers in their planning.
That's great, Anthony. And so at the farm level, is this decision support tool, is it a practical tool or is it very computer driven?
No, it's a practical tool. So it's a booklet that we have, and so it literally has a large series of questions or checklists that people can work through, and they can identify, areas where they might where they think their farm is okay, or areas where they think they might need to improve, and then it sort of helps guide them into those areas where they might need to improve, and helps them identify potential resources that they can go to help achieve that.
Good, thank you, Anthony. So that booklet's available, and I'm sure that can be shared too. Iham Abla, I hope I've got your name correct. You've got your hand up. Would you like to make a comment or ask a question?
Pak Ilham, silakan Pak.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Ewin. Thank you, Pak Jamie. Jamie. I'm sorry that I joined late, but I just would like to give a kind of opinion regarding the irrigation practice in relation with the lake management. Yes, we agree that this water efficiency is very important, especially in Java and a couple of lands outside Java where the water is very scarce. Now, the problem is that the irrigation policy should be responded by so many farmers. Yes, like in Indonesia, maybe 1 hectare could be represented by 3 or 4 families. So there are 100,000 of farmers that will respond to the policy. Yes, Now, the problem is that in irrigation, many lands are receiving water from the upstream plot. So if individual farmers to respond, it will be very, very difficult. Otherwise, the farmer must be established into a group. So the policy only talk to the group, and then the group talk to their farmer. Now, how can we do that? I think the most important one is we should establish a group of farmer, whether it is, we call it farmer association or water user association, through which the policy is passed on to the ground, So, for instance, if, each individual farmer will act by themselves, the upstream farmer always want to keep water more than what they need to ensure that they have water during the next seasons. So on how we can do that, I think this farmer association or water user association is the most important thing in implementing all of the policy or new policy that we are going to introduce to irrigation management in Indonesia. Thank you. I hope my statement is clear.
Ilham, Abla, that was tremendously clear. And what we're hearing, and Shane's got his hand up, I'll come to Shane very soon, because I know he's going to have something to say on that, Ilham. But that group, the farmer association level, can, as you said, as a collective, as a group, can help pass on that support and network and understanding that what happens upstream affects downstream. So thank you for that contribution. Shane, I know you're going to add to that, so thank you very much, Shane.
Thanks,
Jamie.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for your thoughts there, Ilham. I was just going to mention that this program, 20 years old, is quite mature. I've been with the CMA for 15 years, so I started about 5 years beforehand. But we know of a number of farmers that were around when the program first started, and it didn't go without teething problems initially. It was very difficult to get farmers interested in doing farm plans. They were cautious of red tape and government getting involved in their farming businesses, et cetera, et cetera. So there was a lot of concerted effort put in early in the piece. And we mentioned yesterday the theme, a lot came up around the importance of appropriate and transparent engagement. And that certainly has been the case with this particular program. And my comment to Ilham there is what we have found is the best messenger or the best person to give a positive a message to a farmer is another farmer. So if you concentrate on getting some influential and well-respected farmers understanding what it is you're trying to achieve and applying it to their property, they are the best ones to advocate on your behalf. And we've had a lot of success by taking that approach. Thanks, James.
Thank you, Shane. That's really good, and things are difficult to start. So Ilham, I know you're going to be one very good supporter to help identify some of those champion farmers, those good farmers that can assist in that process. And Shane outlined and Anthony have outlined, it's a very iterative, or you do a bit here, you add a bit more, you add a bit more, and that eventually helps support that whole community. Folks, I've got a question here from Ayazora in chat. He was our wonderful contributor. He was so dedicated to the session yesterday that he was travelling on a bus holding up onto one of those straps. So Ayazora's question in chat I'd like to take, and then we better have, we'll go straight to Wet Map as well, which is our next session. So Ayazora, does land ownership become an issue in the effort in Australia? If so, how do you think that land ownership regulation can assist the effort? So Shane or Anthony, or maybe another Victorian colleague, is that a question you can answer, Ayazora's question on land ownership and how that influences Australian water catchment management?
Trying to think what the best way to respond to that is, Jamie. I suppose the first thought that comes to mind is there are some landowners over there that just will not follow best practice and they don't want to be engaged fundamentally. So in cases, we've just put our hands up and said, we'll wait until the old fella passes away and we'll talk to his son, or we'll wait until the land actually changes ownership and we'll engage then. there's always plenty of work you can do elsewhere. And in terms of efficiency, sometimes you've just got to say it's just too hard at the moment. I think in terms of land use is probably a bigger issue than land ownership. In the Macalister Irrigation District, I mentioned that the intensive vegetable producers have come into the area in the last decade or so. That's because of the good soils, the more mild climatic conditions. It helps for the larger corporates. It helps manage their risk across the country. Some of the corporates have properties in Gippsland, but also in southeast Queensland, for example. So if they lose a season up north, and they'll pick it up down here, type thing. However, that type of land use is high risk. It's quite often when our weather patterns are influenced by east coast lows that potentially bring quite heavy rains, and when it does, it's generally when the soil is fallow or bare. So there's a big risk of sediment loss and nutrient loss in those types of periods. So that's probably a bigger risk than actual farm ownership in itself. Just as a matter of interest, dairy farmers estimate that they earn around about $7,000 to $8,000 per megalitre of water used, whereas the intensive vegetable producers are getting somewhere between $15,000 and $17,000 return per megalitre. So you can sort of see the attraction in terms of changing that type of land use down in the Macalister Irrigation District. I'm not sure whether that answered Ayozora's question or not, but that's sort of my reflection, unless anyone else from Victoria has any thoughts.
Shane, I'll just jump in on that. Thanks. I think that was excellent. I think the question is potentially about tenure and certainty of tenure, and and ownership of land. Probably something that we kind of take for granted in Victoria is our farmers own the land or lease the land off government, and that's well regulated, and I suppose that provides the incentive for people to invest in better practice on their own farms, because they have certainty that it is their farm, and that they have tenure around that. The other, I suppose, comment around that is that the management of how we've separated in certain parts of Victoria or unbundled water ownership and land ownership as well. So we have clear water and clear property rights. Although some of my legal people will say that property rights isn't the right word, but similar types of tenure for access to water, and that enables water trade and those things to take place as well. So it's quite a complex system, but obviously all managed by the Land Registry and the Water Registry services that sit within our department to make sure that people know what they own, can trade what they own, know what's theirs. So yeah, without that kind of certainty of tenure, I think we'd have a multitude of issues. Yes, the complexities around that I respect very much in your context. So it's a good question.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Ayazora, for the question. So that certainty of tenure does make it a little bit easier. Ayazora, that's wonderful. Gosh, question answered. We're getting a couple of ticks there from people saying that's okay. Quickly before I do in this particular session, and I know we're going a bit over time for this, so before we move to WetMap, one last chance if someone would like to ask a single short question or make a comment. Professor Tree, would you like to do that? I can see your image on my screen.
Sorry, not at the moment.
Okay.
Okay,
thank you so much, though, Professor. It's such colourful clothing. That's really nice to see. All right, folks, thank you very much to our two speakers in Anthony Good and also Shane Haywood. So what we'll do now is thank our Victorian colleagues for their presentation on Lake Wellington and all the insight they provided, and some of those linkages to Lake Limboto that we heard before. So now we're moving on to a presentation by Mr. Frank Umstetter, and Frank will be talking about Wetland Monitoring and Assessment Program for Environmental Water, or WetMap. We've got some colleagues online, as well as Frank, Sarah Jenkins and Michael O'Neill, who you just heard answer that question. But we'll hand over to Frank, please, for now. Frank, let's hear about WetMap, and you're the Senior Project Officer for DEWELP Australia, which is the Department of, you have to explain what DELP is to me. Sorry, there we go. Environment, Land, Water and Planning. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And thank you for everyone that's been taking part in this workshop. I've really enjoyed myself over the last day and a half, or a little bit more. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands that I'm presenting from. I'd like to go beyond that and acknowledge the Aboriginal people of the lands where we've collected all the data that I'm going to share with you today, including overseas in Ontario, Canada. And on that note, Jamie, I'll tell you, I expanded the scope of the presentation. So I deviated from focusing on just wetlands. I thought we'd add some rivers and we'd add some lakes from overseas. I thought that would be a bit more appropriate given the context of the workshop over these 2 days.
That's a great idea, Frank. Thank you.
So I'll just start off by covering some quick aims of this presentation today. I would like to go over the development of some monitoring programs that I've been involved with, and that's both here in Victoria and overseas. I'll quickly talk about data storage and quality, and then data use. And I'm going to be using various programs as case studies, so I might jump back and forth a little bit as I touch on each of these aims. So in terms of development of some of the monitoring programs I've been involved with, the most important thing that I could say is that you really want to be sure of what your objectives are. And I've thrown some very high level ones up here in terms of what I've been interested in the past. One of those is state of the resource reporting. So we can say, what's happening with this particular resource through time or compared with other areas. Demonstrating changes in these populations, so statistical demonstration, and then attributing any changes to some management actions. Now, those last 2 points I'll speak to later when we talk about data use, and I'll talk about state of the resource reporting very shortly. And then a couple of other things I'll add are some alternate data sources that we've used in the past, and then some monitoring programs that possibly weren't designed well, and people just thought, oh, this is a good way to go sample something. And I'll use those to illustrate some additional points. So if we quickly go on to state of the resource reporting, I've got some really good examples from Ontario. And to do this well, we needed to have consistent methods across the province. So it was used, same methods used lakes across the province and through time. And to put a bit of context in terms of lake management in Ontario, there are about 250,000 lakes in the province, and we can't get anywhere near monitoring all of them. So a long time ago, it was decided we'd spend some time intensively monitoring in groups of lakes around the province and use what we learned there to apply to some other lakes that aren't monitored nearly as frequently. And that was done through a variety of assessment units. So you might have a unit in one part of the province that's working on a dozen lakes. Then there's another dozen lakes being worked on in this part of the province. And there were 8 such units in the province. And everyone was doing something similarly, but not similarly enough that you could really have good, valid comparisons. So about 25 years ago, it was decided everyone had to do everything the same way. And we came up with a standardized method. So some of the things we did, we had to standardize the time of year of sampling. And this varied depending on the fish species you were interested in. So for example, a fish's behavior or its habitat will determine how you need to sample for it. So species were grouped in that respect. And we were lucky that we had some of that existing data so we could see when catch rates were least variable. And then we picked those times of years to sample for those particular species. So that saved us some of that annual variation that can add to your uncertainty in your estimates. Everyone had to set their nets within a certain temperature range. And so that goes hand in hand with time of year to some degree. So for some programs, you only had 3 weeks to get it done in all of your lakes. Everyone had to use the same gear. So all the dimensions of the nets had to be the same. How they were set in terms of orientation to shore, minimum distances between nets. So the catch of one net can't impact the catch of another net. There were depths that had to be stayed within. So some gear would only work between certain depth ranges, and the duration of the sets had to be consistent. So we pulled all these things together so everyone did it the exact same way. And then we could start comparing between lakes across the province and through time. And as these tools were developed, they weren't only used in these lakes where sampling was occurring fairly intensively, they started to be used in other lakes. So if someone was concerned about a particular species in their lake of interest, they had a tool, and then they could see how their results compare with similar lakes in the province. So if there was a perceived issue, you might be able to say, yes, there is an issue, and here's what we're going to do about it. Or, you know what, no, the abundance of fish and the size makeup of your species is what you would expect in this type of lake. So it was really quite a useful tool. Next, I'll move on to the alternate data sources that I referred to earlier. And this is often commercial catch records. And the reason we use this is because they go back so much farther in time than any of our monitoring records. So as you can see, in this case, they go back to the mid to late 1800s. Now, you have to recognize some of the limitations of using these data, because sometimes the harvesting rules change, the reporting requirements change, sometimes effort changes just because the commercial fishermen aren't fishing as much one year, and then compliance and reporting. You could have years where hardly anyone reports their catch. So there are difficulties in comparing through time, but one thing you can show is when you have these really huge differences in catch rates. So in this figure, this is from one lake in Ontario. In the late 1800s, they were catching about 100,000 kilograms of fish out of this lake. And then as you got into the 1910s, 20s, and 30s, that dropped to around 40,000. And the catches dropped off thereafter simply because they closed the commercial fishery out of concern for the number of fishes in the lake. So this is one way we go back farther back in time to have an idea of what might have been happening with our fish populations. The next example that I referred to earlier was, that what I call in quotes, a good option. So this is a program that started once again in Ontario back in the late 1950s, and perhaps they didn't give a lot of thought to the best ways to collect the data, but they decided that they would target times when these fish are congregating for spawning. So if you want to catch thousands and thousands of fish, yep, this is the way to do it. But there are issues related to how this relates to the number of fish in the lake, where if you have really good spawning conditions, if the temperatures are just right, at the right time of year, you get a higher proportion of fish moving to these spawning areas. So you get higher numbers, but that doesn't necessarily reflect what's happening in the population. But once again, what it can show you when there are massive differences in numbers. So as you can see in the 1960s, they were catching quite a few fish, a lot more than compared with the 1980s and 1990s. And to bring this into context, maybe with Lake Limboto, there was a reason for this drop off in fish populations, and this happened with all of the cold water species in this lake, and that was related to eutrophication. So we ended up with too many nutrients, too much phosphorus coming into the lake. Now, certainly not to the same degree as Lake Limboto. We didn't have large stands of vegetation taking over the surface of the lake, but we did have that increased production. And with that, during the summer, when you had this additional material in the lake drifting down to the bottom of the lake, being used up by bacteria, it increased that oxygen demand in the deep water, and we ended up with very low oxygen conditions. And these species, the juvenile ones, the really young ones, they need that deep water habitat, and they need it to have lots of oxygen. So although the fish were still spawning, eggs were hatching, they couldn't survive to that first year of age, and the populations just dropped right off. Now back to sort of the development of monitoring programs. and things like what to measure, where, and how often. Once again, that really becomes dependent upon what your objectives are. And my second comment here, my point here, is about cost considerations. So you could design a really intensive monitoring program, but you might only be able to do it in one lake. Whereas if you do something less intensive that gives you an idea of what's happening, you'll be able to do that in a number of lakes. So the majority of the fish monitoring that I've been involved with over the last several decades, we used these sort of netting techniques or other fishing techniques to give us an index of abundance. So we never learn, or in these cases, we don't learn how many fish are in the lake, but we get a relative number of fish in the lake. So we can see how that may change through time or how it differs between lakes. So, and we also get size distribution because we measure the fish, both length and weight. And then if we can collect material to assess their age without having to kill the fish, we do that as well. And most often with species that are fairly long-lived, you can get away with doing this once per year. There are examples where you might be able to get away with doing it less frequently. So if you're looking at, say, the persistence of a species in a lake, you don't need to check every year. If the population appears to be going fine, you can go and have a look every 2 or 3 years. In contrast, if you have a very dynamic population, and I'm thinking about fish with shorter lifespans in wetlands, those populations are so dynamic, you might have to go 4 or 5 times a year. And we've had to do that in the past, but once again, it really depends on what you're trying to answer. Now, I'd like to go into an example of a program that we ran that it was fairly intensive. So it wasn't simply, you do your netting program and you get your index of abundance. We really needed to know how many fish were in the lake. So we needed fairly precise estimates. And I'll just give you a bit of background on this particular lake. It's a relatively small lake for Ontario. It's about 380 hectares. And there were a group of 7 lakes in this area. Now it's in the northern part of the province. Not many people living there, but you get logging operations. And when the logging camps move close to these lakes, the workers at the camps, when they have time off, they'll go out, drill holes in the ice and fish. And it became quite apparent that they were fishing the populations of these lakes down in a matter of years. So all these lakes were close to fishing. So they created sanctuaries and they were allowed to recover. So the Ontario government then took the opportunity to try this experimental fishery. And what they really wanted to do was determine which signs you could look for in either a fish population or in the angler's catch, the fisherman's catch, that could show you that a lake was being over-harvested. So what we did, we set a target that at the time was considered overharvest. That was for lake trout, the species of interest was 2 kilograms per hectare. We allowed people to come and fish, and now it was still a sanctuary, so they couldn't use their fishing licenses. So they applied for scientific collector's permits. And we figured out how many people we had to invite to hit that target of 2 kilograms per hectare. Now, to determine how many fish were actually in the lake, we used a mark recapture method. And once again, this is much more intensive than what we do in most of our lakes in terms of sampling. And this takes two steps. The first one is to mark fish. And once we got this rolling and got good at it, we were marking over 1,000 fish per year. And I'll keep in mind, these are fairly long-lived fish that can grow to quite large sizes. And then the second component is a recapture event. So you mark a number of fish per year, you know how many you've marked, and then you use another technique to catch fish, and you look at the proportion of fish that are marked compared to unmarked, apply that to how many you've initially marked, and you can calculate the number of fish in the lake. And we used this experimental fishery as our recapture event. So we had hundreds of local anglers. Haven't moved on to this one quite yet. Previous slide, please, still. Thank you. Hundreds of anglers that were invited to come out to fish, and we had staff on hand, and they'd fish for the day. They'd let us know how long they were fishing. They'd bring their catch back to us so we can get lengths, weights, check sex, and get ear bones so we can assess the age of the fish. Then we gave them their fish back and they left for the day. And this occurred over a 9-day period. And we would end up with about 100 recaptures a day, which was 100 recaptures per year, which gives you fairly precise abundance estimates. And this next slide actually shows you the trend through time. So this is actual density of these fish over a particular size. And we're talking about 360 millimeters in length, so 36 centimeters and greater. And I'll quickly point out that in the first couple of years, we suspect that the population was still recovering from the previous overexploitation. But as you can see, in the mid to late 1980s, there were about 20 fish per hectare. Then we began this fishery, and keeping in mind we were trying to harvest too many fish. That was the goal. And the population dropped quite quickly to almost a third of what it was previously. And then, to our surprise, abundance leveled out and even increased a little bit thereafter. But getting those precise population estimates gives you this nice smooth curve versus if you used an index, a netting index, you'd have all this variability happening that would just increase the error of your work. And before we move on, I just wanted to point out that during this period when the population was declining so quickly, the fishermen weren't noticing any changes in their catch rates. They weren't noticing any difference in size of the fish they were catching. The only changes that were occurring were these fish, they were maturing at a younger age and they were growing much more quickly. So the age distribution of the population changed quite dramatically. And that turns out to be one of the best indicators of overexploitation for this species. Anyway, so away from that project, which I really loved, that's why I spent so much time on it. Now I'll quickly touch on some data storage and quality. And one of the things that has stood out over all the years is having a centralized electronic storage location with backup. If you go back 25 years, I had piles of 3.5-inch floppy disks, and I had storage at the office. I had a backup set at the office. I had a set at home, a backup set at home, just to make sure data was never lost. These days, so much easier with servers and clouds. But one of the things that's really helpful is to have all of the data in one database. So back in Ontario, although we had a specific software to store these data, and it was stored centrally, each lake and sort of netting project in each year had its own database. So if you wanted to compare across a number of years or number of lakes, you had to either bring it together manually or write some code to bring it together. Having it all in one good database from the start makes things so much easier. And then you can generate these standard queries or standardized outputs to get your data so much quicker. The third point on this slide that I want to speak to is, in some cases, your sampling protocols change. So for example, if you're not measuring all your fish because you catch so many, and you might use a random subsampling technique or a size stratified technique, it has to be clear in your database how the data were collected. Otherwise, they'll be analyzed inappropriately. In terms of data quality, the first thing previous slide still, please. The first thing I have on the list is customized data sheets. And now I don't necessarily mean every time you go out, you have to create a new data sheet, but it's really helpful if your field crews know they need to collect or fill in all the fields on a particular data sheet. And that helps ensure you don't miss some critical bits of information. In terms of your database, if you can have predefined factors, and the examples I have here are site locations and species names, that can save a lot of grief as well, especially if you're using similar locations through time. If you have a drop-down menu, you're not going to have errors with typing in a species name, which I've seen so many errors in how people spell various species. And if it's not spelled consistently and you do your queries, you might miss a good portion of the fish that were actually caught, and you would never know it in your analyses. And then the third item I have up is sort of having an automated system of identifying what I call, impossible fish, these outliers based on length-weight relationships or minimum and maximum size values for particular species. Then you can quickly check whether they were inaccurately entered or scrap them from the database because this fish can't exist. So the next slide, I'll just go on to some data quality issues I've come across in the past to perhaps illustrate some points. And a couple points here are the lack of data sheets and inconsistent recording. So if you look at the graph in the background of this slide, each one of these dots represents about 60 days worth of field sampling. So there's a whole lot of effort that went into collecting these data. I was asked to go through the old data and determine whether it was all comparable through time. So that meant going back to all the raw data, boxes and boxes of sheets of paper, cigarette packages, countless strange things that you wouldn't necessarily believe. Now, on the next slide, I'd just like to point out that this next slide, please. Oops, it's got a bit too far. Sorry, let's just point out that this program started in 1959, so quite some time ago. And I apologize, I think with the stretching of the screen, I haven't grouped my arrows in circles very well. So what happened, it started such a long time ago, I don't think they paid really good attention to what really needed to be done. So the next slide, those red ellipses are supposed to be overlapping the areas where there are no dots. And so there were plenty of times where, despite data being collected, we couldn't include them in figures like this because we didn't actually know how many fish they caught. So some of the examples are data was lost. So when I was going through these reams and reams of data sheets, all of a sudden there's a week that's missing. So now, how many fish did they catch? Have no idea. Those data are no good. There were also cases where numbers weren't recorded accurately. So in this program, you can catch thousands of fish in a net in a day. So you're dealing with lots of fish. So the crews, once they finish their measuring routine, they're just counting fish and throwing them overboard. And sometimes they'll count 20 fish and then mark it down, count the next 20, mark it down, which is absolutely fine if they've told you that's what they're doing, or if they've recorded that's what they're doing. And many times they did. Other times they just counted by ones and recorded that way. But there were many examples in between where they didn't say how they counted. And once again, we didn't know how many they caught. So, paying close attention to those details about how the data were collected and recording it is so helpful. And you can notice on the right side of that graph, it became much better. The data collection was quite consistent, and we have those annual data points, which is really quite helpful. Next slide, I'm going to move to a Victorian example. And this is once again about fish. It's a bit of a different technique because we're actively sampling fish. We aren't waiting for them to swim into our nets. But once again, this is where we get an index of their abundance. So our catch rates are reflect the density of fish in the river. And this has been going on consistently in some rivers since 2005. So we're starting to get quite long data sets to be able to investigate things. And all of the data are in one database. So all the rivers every year, and now even our wetland data, they all go in the same database. So the next slide shows you some of the quick examples you can get. So this is for one species from that sampling program I've been talking about, and you get the size distribution, the makeup of the size of this species for every year that this program has been going on. And these things can be generated now very quickly. And the next slide, similarly, you can do it with abundance. So we have our catch rates on the left axis, through time over the bottom axis, and each of these black dots is the mean value for the entire river, and the open ones show you the catch rates for each site, just to give you an idea of the variation. But this can be used as an example of state of the resource reporting. What's been happening with this species, and we can do it for any species we catch in this river through time. And this is really helpful for managers who every year they have this big balancing act about how to manage the river. How much water do we put down when? And if they can show that the populations are ticking along quite nicely, it provides them that extra bit of confidence, and it provides them, perhaps a bit higher priority to use water for these purposes versus, we start out with conceptual thinking. We think this is what's going to happen, and let's give it a try. The next slide I'll quickly talk to. This is about demonstrating change statistically. And this was about determining whether some environmental water that was released, so a flow pulse was put down the river to try to increase the upstream migration of fish. So we've got a number of species that come into fresh water from the ocean as juveniles, and then they need to distribute themselves upstream. So we could show that, yes, during the flow release, more fish were moving upstream than before the flow release. Unfortunately, in our control sites, we didn't get any of our test fish moving in, probably because there wasn't as much flow. So we couldn't say this was because of the flow release, but at least we have that association. So the managers can say, listen, we put water down for this purpose. It looks like this was fulfilled. But the sort of the creme de la creme on the next slide is demonstrating change at a population level that you could attribute to that change in management. So here's the species I was speaking to before in the same monitoring program. And incidentally, Shane and Anthony, this is from the Thompson River, which actually ends up going into Lake Wellington. So our control river on the left is one in which the management, and this is a flow management, has been consistent through time. The graph on the right is for a river where the management had changed quite dramatically. So this dashed line indicates when the change in management occurred, around 2017. Prior to that, they had very little base flows going down the river, and it often dried up into distinct pools with maybe just a trickle of water between them. So they released more water in 2017 and beyond. So you actually had flow going down the entire river. And so we can show statistically that there are more fish in that river after the management change than there were before. And that's relative to what happened in our control river. And the other thing we've been trying to do with our programs now in Victoria is actually publishing these results in scientific journals, peer-reviewed journals. And now I used to do this because that's sort of what was expected in my position. But I remember one that we published, and the Catchment Management Authority staff, they told me afterward that it made a huge difference with the relationships, not only with the community and in terms of convincing them that, yes, this helps, but also with those who are controlling the water, the ones who release the water for the manager's behalf. They started to take it a lot more seriously when it was demonstrated to them, call it outside of government, that this really made a difference. And I'd like to finish off with another example of attributing change to management. And please don't worry about not being able to read any of the words on this. It's just a bit of a modeling framework that's being used. But the important thing is sort of on the right that we want to use some modeling to evaluate the outcomes of environmental water and to predict future responses of environmental water use. And this is the kind of thing that becomes possible once you have many years of data. And when I'm talking about predicting future responses, we want to make this valuable for the people making the decisions, the managers. So they can ask, well, if I do this, what do you expect? Versus whether I do this, what do you expect? And if one answer is better than the other, it can help them decide how to use their environmental water. The only other thing I'll say about it, though, is we can create models for almost anything. The key is they have to be good models. So this is going to involve some very intensive model testing and validation. They're going to be using 3 methods, one of which is when you make predictions to follow through and test whether they've actually worked. But there are ways of also validating between rivers and using previous years of data as well. And that's an incredibly important part of this modeling step if we're going to be able to use it as a good management tool. And I will leave it there. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time, and I enjoyed this conference, like I said before, this workshop.
Thank you so much, Frank Stetter. That was a wonderful presentation. And Frank, working backwards, I rarely hear such a wonderful tick, if you like, of approval for using data to assist in management. The story you've told us from Ontario to Victoria is the story of taking good care of data. And Frank, I'm going to go one step back from you and say, I still remember 5 1/4 floppy inch discs, those bigger discs as well. So look, you made me think about the value of that centralized database, the access people have to it, about that quality of data going in. You spoke about data use in assisting the management, and you ended with that beautiful story about modelling and how if you get that right, that intensive testing and validation steps correct, if you get that going, then you can support that community. And that phrase, "it makes a difference," resonates with me very truly. So Frank, you've gone from the practical sense of thinking about how we can get water catchments working together to providing that substantial support to government, to the community, and of course to water use managers. So beautifully said. Love the story about recapturing fish, getting all those hundreds of anglers involved on the ice. So cold weather to collect fish that are 36 centimetres long, and just thinking about how you had to sift through boxes of cigarette packets and paper to verify the data. So you're obviously a data nerd, if I can use that phrase very politely, Frank. So thank you for outlining just how important the context of this is. So thank you so much. And I can see, I'm looking in the chat, Frank, and checking I've got here from Ilham Abla spoke before. So just pointing people towards Ilham's contribution in the chat. And that was when Shane and Anthony were talking about efficient irrigation. And then he talks about the relationship between fish and lake management, that aquaculture system should only allow extensive systems instead of intensive, such as use of fish cages, that Anthony and Shane were talking about. I think that relates to Frank more than your talk, but you'll let me know if that's more relevant to you. And then I'll come to a question from Professor Tree. So is that question from Ilham more to do with your presentation, or would you like me to come back with Shane and Anthony after you to answer that question?
Yeah, that might have been one more for Shane and Anthony. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too.
Shane?
Okay. Well, what I might do is I'll go to Professor Tree, who's got her hand up. Professor Tree, let's hear your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Jamie. Thank you, Frank. Your wonderful presentations. I have a lot of questions because you have done for monitoring activities, and then I think and I believe that you have a big data related to the result of monitoring, especially in the wetland ecosystems. And the first one is it's supposed to be that the data, as you mentioned before, standardization, but once it is high data and then another years it is very low data, how do you, if you face those data, what do you do related to those data? Just keep it like that one, or is that something that you usually do related to the data? And then the second one is is that since in the beginning you have said that local people, or probably agencies or another institution have to fulfill the data that you require related to the big data that you already collected. So by this way, I think the standardized is as we want. But sometimes if we try to flashback to get the previous data that it had been standardized, sometimes it will be difficult, and then the data is so variation, the variations is very high. And how about the monitoring data? Are you only have a data on the fish, or as well as water quality, or probably another biota or organisms that usually used in Australia to monitoring activities, especially in the wetland? Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. So that question is very much true to your heart about the use of data quality. Frank, can you answer with regard to Australia how important that is?
So yeah, so the first question, I think, was around that data variability. So if your data collection, let's say, went to plan, so we used the proper techniques that are comparable to what was done previously, and you end up with a much lower rate one year and a much higher rate the other year. If there isn't a reason for that can be identified, that's just variability in the data you have. So unfortunately, that variability decreases your statistical power, and then you need more years of data to be able to demonstrate something. So there's not a lot that we can do about that, aside from, like I say, if for some of the Ontario lakes, we use some stratification techniques, because sometimes we could stratify by habitat type, and that could control for some of the variability. Or if your sampling intensity, that's the other thing. If you think it's because you haven't been sampling at sufficient sites, then perhaps you could, rather than having to bolster how many years you sample, by increasing the number of sites you're sampling at within a year, may be able to deal with some of that collection error, that scientific error, that it's always going to be there. But those are the couple of ways that we try to minimize it. And there, I guess you could look, if you look at the data and compare within a year what your data points look like, how much variation within a year, that could help dictate whether your effort within a year might benefit from being increased. Now, I think the next question was around not quite getting the data that you were after in the first place, and some variation maybe in how it's collected. I've been quite fortunate. I say Victorian government, the Ontario government, in that we typically have staff that go out, and this is their primary job. This is their objective, to go out and collect these high quality data so we can use them for these purposes. Now we do get some projects with that we use citizen scientists. So for the wetland work we do in Victoria, this is quite common for frog monitoring and bird monitoring. So you can get a good idea of distribution, where these species are through the landscape, that we wouldn't be able to collect ourselves, because we just wouldn't spend that much money sending people out here, there, and everywhere. And that comes into your question about only fish. And I didn't mean to say this in my introduction, that I was going to focus on fish today. There are a couple of reasons for that. One is we have a lot more data on fish, and it's a lot more consistent. and that's what I typically work on. So it's my personal bias as well. But we do, in Victoria, we do have a vegetation component in our river program. It hasn't been going on as regularly as the fish component, but that's happening. In the wetland assets, we have vegetation and birds. So these are certainly biota of interest to the community and to managers. But our wetland program is really quite young compared with our river program. So we don't have a lot of years of data available for us to really dig into the data deeply and find some answers. Right now, we're at the point where we have some short-term projects that are providing some answers on how some processes work and how water can impact these biota, but we don't have that long-term data yet.
Thank you, Frank. And Professor Tree, did that answer your question about the data variability and not getting that data you expected? Thank you, Frank. Professor Tree, would you like to come back? Did that answer your question?
Yes, I think Frank already answered the questions, and I still, is that okay? Just one more thing. How do you did the validations of the data?
Okay, so are you referring to the modeling exercise? Yes. Well, that hasn't been done yet. So that's this next stage of our river program for fish. Mm-hmm. So, and I'm not the modeler, but I'll do my best. So what John's going to do, first of all, he's going to develop these species-specific models. Mm-hmm. And well, those models will also include species interactions, mm-hmm. including interactions with vegetation. So he's going to put a lot of work into these. Then he's going to use the models to make predictions and test those predictions in other rivers. So he'll use that spatial difference to try to test. He will also use previous data to test. And then the final one is comes up in the future. So when we make predictions, then we'll follow through and see if those predictions come through and how well those models operate. Because if the models aren't good models, they're not useful at all.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Good questions.
Thank you, Professor Tree, and thank you, Frank. And I hopefully the audience noticed what I did too, Frank. Your eyes lit up with that second question from Professor Tree. It was just like the sun rising out in the morning. It was this sparkling interest in what you were saying. So thank you, Frank, for that. Shane's got his hand up, and then I'd like to bring in quickly Sarah Jenkins and maybe Michael O'Neill as well. Shane, quick response to you, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. Frank mentioned before the data that was collected in the Thompson and how that influenced the. I'm trying to start my video, but it won't start. Oh no, there it is now. How much benefit that was for us as a CMA to communicate to the broader public in the benefits of environmental flows, and also the excitement from those that actually operate the dams to provide the water. It was really beneficial, Frank. So thanks very much for that.
Frank, that's a wonderful comment. Thank you, Shane. Frank, that's true tribute to data, isn't it, when you get thanks from the water managers? And again, Shane's eyes lit up too, just as he was saying that. So look, thank you, Frank. I'll bring in Sarah Jenkins or Michael O'Neill quickly, and then I'd like to suggest we go to our break, which we are a bit behind, but this has been such a fascinating talk on data and on the Lake Wellington management side from Anthony and from Shane. So would Sarah Jenkins or Michael O'Neill like to come on?
Sure. Thanks, Jamie, and thanks to Shane and Anthony, and also to Frank. Those were fantastic. And I think for me, I just wanted to reiterate some of the common threads that have been coming through from yesterday and today. And that one of the biggest ones of those is community engagement. And we've talked about how important it is to work with community. And one of the things that we mentioned yesterday was that it's so important for us as government to have people like Shane and Anthony who are in the catchment management authorities. And then Shane spoke how important it is for them to get farmers on their side, so farmers speaking for them. And so the message is not just coming top down from the government, but the actual community is really getting involved. And then Frank had that excellent example of how by showing the community the data, they were more willing to listen to the Catchment Management Authority. And Jamie did mention earlier the links that I had popped in the chat, which, really talk to how we as government are able to, in many ways, direct what the activities of the Catchment Management Authority, such as Shane and Anthony, can do through instruments like the Statements of Obligation. So Vincent and Joe yesterday talked about the legislation that we have and some of the ways that we use that legislation. And so I thought that those statements of obligation might be a useful starting point to have a read through and see how we as government connect with the other agencies that we're working with. And, we do try to have a very collaborative relationship and have the minister direct where appropriate, but also allow local communities to make decisions for themselves where that's appropriate too. And I believe Michael has just gone to do school pickup, so he might be offline for a few minutes.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Community engagement, we've heard that thread so many times. So thank you so much for sharing that, and that inclusion of all those stakeholders that you mentioned so well. I'm going to give another opportunity for people to come in if they would like to ask a question, maybe from Indonesia. You'd like to raise a point or make a comment or ask a question. So please feel free, or else we can go to a quick break. But would anyone, yes, thank you very much, Mr. Heru. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih, Mr. Jamie. Saya ingin bertanya tadi, Miss Sarah Jenkins menjelaskan bahwa pembangunan komitmen atau pelibatan komunitas itu dari tingkat tapak sampai ke tingkat pemerintahan. Nah, kira-kira tadi saya melihat paparan bahwa dari tahun 1800-1900 pembukaan lahan, kemudian juga ada pembangunan dam di tahun 1910 dan 1970. Kemudian penyusunan dokumen perencanaan dari 2014 dan 2016. Nah, ini membutuhkan waktu berapa lama untuk bisa menyusun ataupun membangun komitmen bersama, komitmen kolegial dari tingkat pemerintah sampai ke tingkat tapak. Mungkin itu waktu yang cukup panjang, dan mungkin kita ingin belajar dari Australia berapa lama di tingkat pemerintahan untuk mencapai baik itu di tingkat politik ataupun tingkat pemerintahan, dan juga di tingkat tapaknya seperti apa, butuh waktu berapa lama. Karena kalau di Indonesia itu terikat dengan anggaran, keterbatasan anggaran, dan juga kami diikat oleh dalam 1 tahun anggaran. Jadi apakah anggaran yang digunakan untuk biaya yang digunakan untuk membangun komitmen itu dari pemerintah sendiri atau dari komunitas sendiri? Mungkin itu untuk sementara.
Thank you, Mr. Heru. What a really terrific question. And you spoke about, those actors being involved, and you spoke about building that relationship. I'm just wondering, would someone in the Commonwealth like to come on and address the complexity in building those relationships? We have heard a little bit about how that can be done around Lake Wellington, and we've also heard that from Lake Limboto as well. But I'm just wondering, would someone like to come in and just briefly address that for Mr. Heru about that building the relationship, getting all those actors in place and the time it might take? We heard about 25 years, I think it was, from Lake Wellington.
I'm happy to speak briefly there, Jamie. Thank you, Mr. Heru, for your question. I think from the Commonwealth's perspective, we heard yesterday from Llewellyn Martin when she talked about, you know, the water reform process in Australia has taken a long time to build that consensus, and we really Australia was going through a very severe drought, and so that impacted on all actors in the system. So that really got to a point where, you know, we needed to bring everyone together, and there was a common vision for how for everyone to come to the table to do that. But that drought went for 8 years, so it took a good 8 years of living under drought conditions and the impact of water scarcity on all the different water users. And then having the political will at all levels, then and also the pressure from community on the politicians as well to act on it. So that's certainly from the Commonwealth perspective, and perhaps Sarah could or someone from Victoria could talk about at the state level and the catchment level.
Thank you, Alex. Over to you, Sarah.
Yeah, happy to. Look, I completely agree with everything that Alex said. And while the Millennium Drought was absolutely terrible, it did allow a lot of political will and community will. But I think this comes back to something that Michael said late yesterday, and I think it might have been near the very end of the day, which is that when you're in a time of crisis, we as public servants need to have the opportunities ready to go and need to be ready to pitch those ideas both to our leaders, to our ministers, to the people who make decisions, but also to the community. So I think the phrase that Michael jokingly used was "never waste a crisis," or that was somebody from the Commonwealth yesterday said that. And absolutely, if I think really kickstarting those big changes, we can do it if we make use of what is really a bad situation in a crisis. In terms of that, and so I think that's the best way to kickstart short-term engagement and short-term change, but then it's about sustaining that and making sure that the community believes in us and believes that we will continue to do what we say we do. And that's where we become so reliant on organisations like our Catchment Management Authority, Shane and Anthony, who are on the ground and working with the communities every day, every week, every year, and not just when a minister believes that it's important, and making sure that we continue to do what we say we're going to do. There was another part of your question that was about budgets and making use of money within a specific financial year. And in Victoria, we one of the things that we did introduce was something called the environmental contribution, and that is basically a levy, or we don't like to use the word, but a tax on everybody's water bill. And that money is put aside specifically to only be spent on water-related projects and improving the environment. And those go through 4-year funding cycles. So we do have that slightly longer planning time frame of 4 years rather than just an annual budget. So that funds a portion of what we do, and it funds a portion of what Shane and Anthony do in the CMA. And a lot of these projects that Frank was talking about are often funded by the environmental contribution. And one other thing that we do when we're coming to that crunch time, I guess, at the end of the financial year, and you have those lump sums of money that need to be spent. If again, that idea of having things ready to go in your back pocket that you can just fund right then and there. We've got this money, we need to spend it now. And often what will end up happening in my department is that we will be calling up Shane and Anthony and saying, hey, we heard you guys have an idea for a really cool project. How about we just give you the money for that now? Awesome.
Thank you, Sarah. Look, the critical nature, that thread of conversation with you and Alex is having plans ready, having the community involved, having the network supported. We've all outlined that today. I can see Inga is back. So welcome, Inga. You've got your hand up and perhaps you'd like to add to this discussion too, please. Over to you, Inga.
Did you call me, Pak Jim? Is it okay?
We can hear you. Thank you. Thank you, Inga. Lovely to see you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Please allow me to speak in Bahasa Indonesia.
I'm having problems hearing.
Yes. We would like to learn. Saya ingin mengetahui apakah di Australia ada pola menangkap pencemaran dari sumber non-institusi dengan cara teknis. Jadi, apakah menangkap bahan pencemaran dari sumber non-institusi secara teknis? Yang saya pelajari di tempat lain itu ada menangkap dengan constructed wetland sebelum masuk ke danau, jadi ditangkap dulu dengan constructed wetland. Apakah di Australia juga diterapkan seperti itu? Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. And Maria, that voice I can hear from English in the background. Inga's just going to repeat the question because of that noise. How's that noise going? Inga, would you like to try and ask that question again, please? Would that be okay?
Yeah, I will try in English. We learned from other countries that we can manage pollution from non-point sources, especially from agriculture. We catch the pollutant that in the runoff by build constructed wetland, something like that. They constructed wetland before the pollutant come to the lake. So is it also applied in Australia? You control technically the pollution sources from non-point sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Inga, for the question. What I heard was with those constructed wetlands, it's about controlling pollution in, and I can see Sarah is online there. So Sarah, would you like to answer that question for Inga? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And I think our Commonwealth colleagues might have something to say as well, but we do have the Environment Protection Act, which was recently amended, which came into effect on the 1st of July 2021, so last year. And it has many regulations about what can be released into waterways and monitoring for pollution. The Environment Protection Authority Victoria, the EPA Victoria, they administer that act, and we work, we as the Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning work closely with them. But that act is largely administered by the EPA, and there's an equivalent EPA act federally as well. I hope that answers the question. I'll pop a link in the chat to the acts as well, if you like.
Thank you, Sarah, for doing that. And just very briefly, Inga, I'd like to ask whether the Commonwealth would like to come in there. Thank you for the tip there, Sarah. And maybe the Commonwealth would come in, and then we'll go to our last question from Geo-Mentor, and then what we'll do is have that break. So would the Commonwealth like to come in? You don't have to, but if you'd like to, please come on screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I am on the way now, so screen is closed. So I would like to know about related to the regulation of the sustainable lake management in Australia with the if they combine with the mining industry. In Indonesia, there are many mining industry so close with the lake. So it's a main problem related to the how to create the environmental sustainability environmental in the lake. Do you have a strategic plan or how to create the from between the mining industry and the lake conservation? That is my question.
That's a very good question, Geo Manantor. I hope I've got your name correctly. Yes, there is strategic plans for many of these areas. In the Lake Wellington, there was a management plan, but there would be different levels of planning. And what I might do, if it's okay with you, Geo Manantor, and also Inga, I might get you to just pop those questions into chat just briefly. As we have a break, we'll answer those questions and be able to give you some links as well to where some of that information might be. And so what I'm wondering, folk, if that's going to be okay, because I'm aware you've been working very hard, you've been listening a lot, and what I might do is just get Inga and Geo Manantor to put that question in chat. We'll come back to it. I think we'll have 9 minutes for a break, if that's okay. So we'll come back at 4 p.m. with Australian daylight saving time, and that makes it 12 o'clock Indonesian time. So just to try and get us back onto track, we'll have a break of 9 minutes, back at 4 p.m. in Australia, midday 12 o'clock in Indonesia. And if Inga and Geo Manantor put your questions in the chat, we'll get to those before we close today. Okay, so that's probably the best way to catch up time. Thank you for being so present for this session. Come back in now 8 minutes. I'll put that time in chat, folk. So enjoy your break. Cameras off and on mute, please, too. Thank you. Hello, Frank.
Hi, Jamie. Did you enjoy your break?
I did. I needed that break. That was to go and powder my nose, as they say.
Yeah.
Frank, really, really nice discussion you generated there with your talk. Yes, wow, data. What a great storyline that was. Thank you.
Oh yeah, well, I love numbers.
I can tell, and I think, like I mentioned, I rarely hear such a tribute to the numerics of things. So that was a really nice introduction all around, Frank, and with Shane and Anthony and our colleagues online. That really helped generate a lot of discussion. So much so is we're way over time. So folks, if you're back, maybe you're not quite back, but if you are, I predict we're going to be over time by at least 15, maybe 20 minutes, depending on how many questions are asked. But please do ask questions. So if you can, you might need to allow a good 20 minutes or so after the end of the proposed time here to stay on. Hopefully you can. We'd certainly love you to stay. There's certainly need for this kind of discussion and this kind of a generation of ideas and community support. All right, so it's probably given people enough time to come back. We rushed through the end of that session, and what we thought we would do is when those questions come in the chat from Inga and from Manitola, we will answer those as best we can in the chat. If not, we'll get it to you in another format, maybe via email. Sarah, I can see your hand is up. So maybe this is about that session. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we did get a few of those questions come through in the chat. There might just be a little scroll back. We're happy to take them on notice though and respond afterwards, or let me know if you'd prefer us to respond now.
Okay. Well, I can see, yes, you've, okay, thank you so much for that. That's very, very good. And he was, look, I'm getting some compliments here from various people, what discussion you have generated and the keenness for the support of these kind of discussions. So sharing those with you all, because you're the reason why this is happening. Everyone here, all 63 of us here in this meeting are responsible for that, that fun and ingenuity, Inga. I can see your face there. Would you like to ask a question, or would you like some clarification? No, that's okay. Good, excellent. Thumbs up, universal symbol. I like it. All right, people, I'm just going to take a bit of a deep breath and think about going into our next session, which is all about discussing what we have been doing previously. And it's a really good time to go over and recap what we've achieved today. And like I said, we can't do it without your input and without your support. So what I will attempt to do was draw some linkages. And I'm going to take some of Sarah's comments. And Sarah Jenkins, who spoke before, spoke about, you know, when you have that time of crisis, you've got to have some plans in place, some options in place. We've heard about the structure today of how some of those lakes management plans can look like, and we can see how they're being used. We see how data supports them, and we can also see the importance of people on the ground. We speak about the researchers, the community citizens, the citizen army. We speak about the farmers. We speak about other land managers, traditional owners. We speak about the various cities or land areas involved. And what we can see between Lake Limboto, Lake Wellington, and those examples in Victoria are that sense of community. We touched on politics, and we also touched on how critical it is to start somewhere. It takes many years to develop a plan. It takes many years to get the community sensing that they can have your trust. And that all starts with conversations like this. They don't happen overnight. Indonesia has some tremendous planning they showed us in Lake Limboto. And we saw some examples from Shane and Frank and from Anthony in Australia about how their communities support them. But what I'd like to open up now is to go to you, the audience, and perhaps you'd like clarification on any other particular points. Perhaps you'd like to ask further questions, or you'd like to hear a bit more from another speaker. So what I'll do is I'll pause and I'll let you think about that. And then anyone can come on board if they'd like to come and start a conversation. And while you do that, go back to chat, and there are some responses and information there in the chat as well that you might like to go to. Because when hands don't come up, I can pick on people. This is the fun part of my job. And usually I'll pick on a person, but this time I'm going to...
I think there's also a question or comment from Hari, from Mr. Hari from Research and Innovation Agency.
Now, where's that question? Sorry, Erwin, I can't see that yet. Where's that?
Is that
Could you read that out for me? Because I'm not sure I see it.
Or maybe Mr. Hari.
Has someone got the hand up?
Yeah, Pak Ari. Silakan, Pak Ari.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me, ask. Yeah, we heard a lot of strategies, implementation, and so on and so forth from both sides. And we touched quite a bit about data and how to compile those data and how to read those data and then predict what happens in the near future. And one of the other challenge that we might see is how to embrace not only, well, we already talked about water quality, including fish and the data, but how do we embrace social, economic, as well as cultural to a component, well, together with the water quality, to a component that is tools for measuring the achievement of the lake management. So are they, let's see, if the lake management is successfully proceed, then can we see it from sort of like an index from the water quality and all the social economy as well as cultural point of view? Can you all, I mean, or the participants here, share with us how to measure that component? Thank you.
Thank you, Arianto. What a fantastic question, to use the term embracing socio-economic and cultural values, to talk about data and hearing about the strategies we've heard about in both Lake Limboto and in Lake Wellington. And then you're asking the question about how do you measure that achievement in lakes management? And you've touched on the index of water quality. So I'm going to throw that open, but I'll actually suggest we go to someone like maybe Mr. Budianto, who spoke a bit about that, or maybe even Dr. Zainal, if Dr. Zainal is still on board, because I know they spoke so clearly about cultural and socio-economic platforms. They spoke about water issues. So if either of those colleagues, Indonesian colleagues, are on board, would someone like to respond to that? And I know I've got some thoughts about some Australian colleagues like Shane and Anthony, Shane and Frank maybe later on, but would one of our Indonesian colleagues like to come on first and ask about how do you measure achievement of lake management?
Excuse me, Jamie.
Yeah, Dr. Zainal, yeah, thank you.
Pak Arianto mungkin terkait dengan bagaimana community development dalam sustainable lake management, terutama di beberapa program yang ada di KLHK, memang pendekatan-pendekatannya lebih banyak kepada bagaimana kita mendorong kegiatan rehabilitasi dan konservasi, aktivitas rehabilitasi dan aktivitas konservasi di watershed, di daerah aliran sungai, ini betul-betul dalam konsep rehabilitasi partisipatif. Itu yang pertama. Sehingga pada saatnya rehabilitasi partisipatif itu akan didorong kepada pendekatan ekosistem base ekosistem, terutama kepada ekosistem produktif. Nah, beberapa kegiatan kita terkait dengan rehabilitasi sudah memang kita upayakan untuk bisa pertama secara langsung memberikan stimulus ekonomi kepada community, kepada kelompok tani, kepada masyarakat yang ikut terlibat, yang involved, melalui bantuan langsung kepada upah, HOK dan lain sebagainya. Itu yang pertama. Sehingga keterlibatan mereka terukur dari bagaimana penerimaan mereka terhadap aktivitas kegiatan. Selanjutnya, hasil-hasil yang kita laksanakan terhadap rehabilitasi, terutama untuk kegiatan pendekatan-pendekatan rehabilitasi partisipatif itu juga diharapkan pada saatnya nanti perhatian atau intensi masyarakat itu untuk menjaga investasi kegiatan rehabilitasi yang sudah mereka lakukan. Ini pendekatan terhadap lebih kepada pemberian stimulus ekonomi dan peningkatan kesejahteraan. Keterukurannya saya kira pertama memang pada tingkat kesejahteraan yang terjadi, tapi saat ini memang lebih banyak kita kembangkan kepada bagaimana pengembangan kelembagaan kelompok tani yang terlibat, terutama kepada diversitas aktivitas rehabilitasi pasca kegiatan itu kita lepaskan dari intervensi APBN. Jadi pasca serah terima biasanya 3 tahun, setelah itu pengembangan kelembagaan masyarakat yang terlibat dalam kegiatan rehabilitasi, termasuk di dalamnya aktivitas rehabilitasi di DTA Danau, terukur dari bagaimana kelembagaan itu sustain, berkelanjutan untuk mempertahankan aktivitas tanaman yang ada. Mungkin sedikit masukan begitu Pak Arianto, kira-kira. Terima kasih, Jamie.
Thank you, Dr. Zainal. And Arianto, would you like to add an additional bit? But that was really well said, Dr. Zainal. I heard you talk about participative rehabilitation and that economic stimulus that's involved, and the mentioning of farmers groups, again, linking to the comments about community. Ari, would you like a further response? Because I know I've got some Commonwealth colleagues in my mind who can answer that from an Australian perspective.
Yeah, thank you. I want to hear from the Australian side. Thank you, Pak Zainal. You feel very friendly and understandable.
Thank you, Ari. Well, then I'm going to bring into the picture some of my Commonwealth colleagues. And we know with the Murray-Darling Basin work that was spoken a little bit about yesterday, maybe one of my Commonwealth colleagues can talk about the socio-economic principles, or maybe there's measurements of achievement that relate to that particular basin we heard about yesterday. Would one of my Commonwealth colleagues, or would someone like to, and I'm thinking maybe Llewellyn here. Llewellyn, the question was about how do we measure achievement of lakes management? And if Llewellyn Martin is on, it would be really nice to hear from the thank you, Llewellyn. It'd be really nice to hear about how we could embrace that socio-economic or cultural aspects of measurement. And then Dr. Zainal was talking about rehabilitation and economic stimulus and just using farmers groups to bring in but the main question was about how do you measure achievement?
Yeah. I mean, it's an excellent question, really, because that, in a way, I mean, that is the ultimate objective that we're striving to achieve with these kinds of policies and initiatives and major reforms. It's all kind of meaningless unless you can demonstrate or, feel that you have made achievements, to the lives of the communities that live in these areas. I think it's quite complex, and I think that measuring impact can happen at different levels. So, for instance, in Australia, I talked a little yesterday about the National Water Initiative, which was a really high-level framework agreed between state governments and the federal government in Australia that was agreement about really fundamental change in the way that we approach the management of water in Australia. And that initiative is reviewed every 3 years by the National Productivity Commission, and a series of recommendations flow out of that. So I guess that's a really sort of high level review of that sort of highest piece of policy framework that sits over water management in Australia. But then, of course, underneath, those high-level policy frameworks are numerous programs, delivered at the federal level, of course, also delivered by, state governments as well. And at the federal level, it would be most common that when these programs are designed, hopefully with input from the communities and industries that are affected, that would set some benchmarks for the types of impacts and outcomes that those programs are hoping to achieve. And that kind of feedback is incorporated into the way those programs might be adapted in future years. I think Inga made a really good comment yesterday, though, about how do you get quick feedback on the impacts of policies, and I think that really goes to the point that we discussed yesterday as well about working closely with communities, because sometimes these programs that governments design and roll out are these massive sort of efforts that cover a number of years. So I think it's really important to have some of that ongoing input from communities about they're on the ground seeing the impacts of these projects and programs, and how can that feedback be incorporated throughout the life of the program. So thank you.
That's great, Llewellyn, and you've got me thinking when you talk about Inga's question about the quick feedback aspects. I've got great colleagues behind me here in the room, not physically behind me, but on the phone, and I've got some suggestions here. We can bring in maybe Anthony, if Anthony, you are still there, Anthony Good. We'd love to hear from you about your monitoring and evaluation framework, because I think that will help answer Ari's question, which was about measuring achievement in lakes management as well. We've had contributions from Dr. Zinel and Llewellyn and Inga there through her question from yesterday. Anthony Good, are you there? And would you like to come in and speak about your monitoring and evaluation framework? Maybe that can assist in answering Ari's question.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie, and thank you for the question. So the monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and improvement framework that I spoke of, and I think that the question asks it really clearly that that there are the two sides. There's sort of the physical monitoring around the condition of the lake itself, the condition of the waterways, the data that we capture to show how the changes that we're helping the farmers make on farm, how that then contributes to a change in the water quality in the lake. So there's certainly those important aspects to that framework. But a big part of that framework, however, is that that socio cultural community aspect to the planning, and so yeah, we do put a lot of emphasis on that, and within that we try and use a lot of qualitative means of demonstrating that work. So we use a lot of case studies. We capture stories from the farming community about some of the changes that we're making. In more recent times, we've moved into the realm of using YouTube videos and podcasts to really help tell the story of what we're doing, what the farming community are doing. And it goes back to that theme that we've come back to previously about the farming community often learn best when they're hearing it from other farmers. And so we find if we can tell the story, tell the good news stories out of the work that we're doing through some of those modern means, then yeah, that can create some really powerful messages. And it's because we certainly understand it is really tricky to capture hard data around those social change and cultural change aspects of the work we do, but by telling it in story in the way that the community know and understand, we tend to find that we get some good results by using that method.
Tremendous, Anthony, and you're just stirring up these thoughts in my mind about, and I'll come to Shane in just a moment, Shane. You're telling me stories here about the value of qualitative information. We saw the other side about the quantitative measure of data previously. So there's a situation for both. In fact, the qualitative, the case studies, you spoke about podcasts and videos. So these are communication channels we use in our social life every day. And so the combination of taking those communication channels into demonstrating or illustrating what things can look like to help farmers talk to farmers, to help make these connections is fantastic. I'd love to go to Shane and then I'll go to Michael O'Neill. Thanks, Shane.
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, just add to Anthony's reply there. You're right, it's very hard to get numbers around this type of stuff. So what we tend to do is ask really targeted questions, depending on the outcome of what you're trying to achieve. And it's not so much, it's measuring the status that a farmer was at the beginning and where they're at the end. And if that trajectory is on the rise, then you're doing good stuff, fundamentally. So it's not so much about number, about capturing the story and seeing that trajectory rise. That's, I suppose, just add to Anthony's comment. Thanks.
Shane, I'm going to bring you back very briefly. When you say trajectory, do you mean trajectory of understanding, or what do you mean by trajectory?
Yes, trajectory of understanding. So has the knowledge increased, or has the desire to improve increased? Have you actually acted upon that information that was given to you? And then those stories that Anthony was talking about sit alongside that. So what's it actually mean to the farmer? Well, I did this, and that means I can go to the football with my son on a Saturday. So it's that social element as well. It's improving lifestyle, it's improving all those other types of elements. It might be around labour saving. It could be anything, but the important thing is to ask the right questions and to be able to capture that. And as Anthony and we've all mentioned today, it's absolute gold to capture that and be able to share that with other farmers. So it's no good coming from Shane. You don't trust me, basically. Who are you? Type thing. But our mate down the road that I have a beer with down the pub every Friday night, if he tells me it, I'm going to believe it.
Shane, wonderful illustration of getting like talking to like and stimulating the interest. So thank you, Shane. Michael, we'll go to you and then we'll go to Dio Matino again. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, just to add that to that or take it up a level, we talked about our regional catchment strategies yesterday that our catchment management authorities prepare, and they have an outcomes framework that they measure particular things across, particular metrics across their themes. So they set objectives across, and integrate. So water, land, biodiversity, coast and marines, communities, and integrated catchment management. I posted it in the chat, so you can kind of have a look at that. And you'll notice when Anthony and Shane were talking during their presentation, they talked about the value of agricultural production. They talked about areas that have been rehabilitated and those sorts of things, and they're all part of those measurements that are taken to assess the program. And there's a community theme within that as well, which kind of drills into that socio-economic aspect. And it's kind of like, what are the number of partnerships that are there? How many land care groups are active, and those sorts of things. So there's some high level information, I suppose, in that document that I provided and that link. And then depending on the regional catchment strategy and the location and where it is, there'll be further metrics that kind of drill down to measure that. And obviously the lake, if there's specific environmental assets such as lakes or river lengths they'll have their own metrics that kind of sit within that as well, to kind of build up a total picture of how you're delivering at a catchment scale across those themes. So that's quite a rich data source just to kind of work through, and everything kind of feeds up into that that framework. So hopefully that's useful, and we'd be happy to discuss how that sort of comes together and each of those themes are measured.
Thanks, Michael. And you take us right back to that question that Ari was asking: how do we measure things? Gio Mantano, let's hear from you, please. Thank you. I can hear you. You're on your phone. Are you in the wind? Gio Mantano? I'm sorry if I'm not saying your name correctly. No, maybe you put your hand down. Okay, well, that's Ari, you've heard quite a bit. In fact, you've heard about 20 odd minutes of discussion on such an intelligent question that you asked at the beginning. Going to quickly cut back to you, because I know I've got some other questions from Indonesia in mind to raise. But Ari, would you like to come back?
No, it's clear. I mean, yeah, we have to measure that, and everyone has their own strategy to get the numbers, and that's the point of the lake management, I suppose. So we look at that number, so to get to know that we are a success in the program. I think that's quite clear. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ari. That's really, really good. It's such an exciting discussion, and there must be another direction. Oh, I need to draw your attention to chat. I've missed out quite a few things in chat, and certainly people have been very busy in putting information or populating the chat with questions and responses. So before I go on to another question, Michael, is your hand still up from before, or would you like to ask another question? No, that's good. So what I might do is, would anyone in the chat who's put some comments in recently, would they like to come up? Dr. Zarnel, would you like to comment on anything that you've just heard, or maybe one of the people in chat could talk briefly about their comment or their response?
Me, Jimmy?
Yeah, I just thought I saw your face pop up, and I thought maybe you'd like to respond to some of the discussion going on in the chat, or maybe some of the commentary you're hearing.
Yes, there is. I think the community, the depending community to the watershed, is the most important actors in sustainable lake management. So it is very important to combine the technical approach and also the community involvement to maintain the resilient watershed ecosystem, which is lake is one of the component. So I think that's my highlight about the community. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, the community is so important in that aspect. It's opportunities here for people to come in and ask some other questions. Maybe we could have Mr. Abdul Malik come in. I've seen your face today, but I haven't seen it crop up too much. So would Mr. Abdul Malik like to come on? We'd love to hear your thoughts on what you've been hearing today in day 2 of our lakes management discussion.
Thank you very much, Jamie, and everybody. I think today is really interesting, the discussion and the example how actually the effort for lake management in Indonesian case or in Australian case, but have also similarities that is need a lot of non-structural approach, including building with communities, or one thing is still has a gap in Indonesia, that is the routine or the monitoring system and data collection for the lake management. That perhaps this could be a direction for the future cooperation of our MOU, how to speed up that we have hundreds of lake, and we notice even our 15 priority lake still the data collection or not yet widely available, I think. So it could be one aspect that we need to improve. But in the other hand, Indonesian experience deal with a lot of more complex problem, because it involves much more population with the activities, agriculture activities, urban activities surrounding the lakes. So building the effective community program is a challenge, and we saw some example. Actually, I'm quite surprised, that the effort from the regional government and then from BRIN is really excellent. So the prototype is already there. How then, as a maybe a planner in the future, to improve the programming and operational and maintenance of our lakes, so this could be very interesting. But to refine the community-based program, I think we can share our experience also, together between Indonesia and Australia, how to be effective, to be more effective. Since the debate for the water resource management between infrastructure, hard infrastructure, and soft component of infrastructure is still maybe kind of the the yin and yang of the water resource management. So but now the technology is available, it's already cost effective, I think, and it will provide the data and monitoring system, also the decision whether to rehab or to improve or to build new infrastructure, or to monitor also the performance of the infrastructure system. So I think that will be kind of the leverage, if we have a better data and monitoring system. So as a closing remark, I would say that this today workshop actually is very high quality and active participation. Now it's time for action, and maybe I also let you know, Indonesia will be the host of the World Water Forum 2024 in Bali. So it's already selected last week in Dakar. So I hope many of our activities and cooperation also could be so on that forum 2 years from now. And I hope my Australian friend also coming to Bali. If you need invitation, I will do that, of course. But let's this lake management become of our centerpiece. How actually I hope we can do more implement prototype activities, the real activities in the next 2 years. So we can show what is the improvement in this program, yeah, because not so many and I observe in Dakar, many still think about irrigation, river, but regarding the Danau itself is not yet available. And yeah, as a closing remark, I still remember 20 years ago, I accompanied my friend, yeah. At that time, I didn't know about limnologists, but I accompany my colleagues, yeah, in my master from the biology student, I think at the time. We bring a lot of turbidity matter, yeah. At the time, still manual, using the seeds, something like that, yeah, and then put the rope. So it's 20 years ago. To observe the stratification at that time, yeah, and the concentration or something like that. But now it's much more advanced. So I hope a lot of activities in Indonesia will be support for Green and Ministry of Environment. Yeah, I really appreciate the effort and need to combine actually with the effort now is ongoing in Ministry of Public Work soft component. So if we work together between ministries and regional government and communities, and also international expertise, I think we can accelerate our sustainable lake management. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Abdul, that was a tremendous and very glowing example of how we can bring people together. I loved your 20-year-ago story about measuring turbidity and stratification. I really enjoyed hearing that because that obviously gave you an insight into what's important then and still important now to have measurements of turbidity. It is time for action. You gave a tremendous idea about how we've got the memorandum of understanding. We should continue that. It does probably need to have a direction. And I'm hearing, as an independent person, I'm hearing between Indonesia and Australia, there's an appetite or there's a real desire for that need to be identified. You spoke about the 15 priority lakes in Indonesia and about elements like population, agriculture, infrastructure, resources and technology are all very critical to bring people together and do it now. There's a conference in Bali we've just invited the Australians to in 2024. I'm sure they wouldn't mind going to Bali, Mr. Abdul Malik. I'm sure they'd be very happy to go to Bali for that. And I think given that wonderful way to conclude what you're hearing from today's discussion, that there's that passion for being involved, I would like to bring in the Commonwealth, and Llewellyn Martin is online, and she might like to go through an example that she's been thinking of how that collaboration or cooperation, or maybe how the ideas you've got about setting a direction could be advanced. It's probably putting Llewellyn on the spot, or the Commonwealth on the spot, which means they'll have to think very fast to come up with some ideas. But if that's going to be for anything that we discuss in the future, maybe it's a good idea to have those discussions out of session. But particularly you outlined there's an appetite and there's interest in the topics that have been outlined today. And I think the elements of it, speeding it up, bringing people together and touching base on how we can, as a community involved in water catchment, we can be very aware how we can all contribute to that. So thank you, Mr. Abdul Malik. That was tremendous example of that. I'm now going to pause again, considering we are over time, and just like to see whether there's any more commentary or any more comments or questions people would like to ask. Or if not, we can begin by acknowledging these wonderful speakers who have been talking to us today. So I'll just pause. Is there anyone else who'd like to say? Llewellyn, you're there. So thank you, Llewellyn. Be lovely to hear from you if you'd like to add to Abdul Malik's comments.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Mr. Abdul Malik. Yeah, I think I'm really encouraged by the discussion today, and I think there's a lot for us to talk about in terms of the work that we can continue to take forward. It's been, it's clear, I think, the priority that Indonesia is placing on, lakes management. You have a clear direction from your government with the presidential regulations that you've been charged with implementing, and I think we're very keen to support you if we can do that through our MOU to do this good work and the journey that you're on in trying to achieve some good outcomes with lakes management in Indonesia. I think it'll be great to continue the discussion with you, perhaps offline, around things like data management and how that fits in, and we can talk through some projects. I know our MOU expires in September, I think, so it's really timely actually to start thinking about those conversations. Thank you for extending the invitation to the World Water Forum in Bali in 2024. I'm sure we'll be delighted to take you up on that. I congratulate Indonesia on being given the opportunity to host such a significant water event. It's clearly recognition of Indonesia's leadership in this space. Again, demonstrated by your recent, the success of your lakes management resolution in the UNEA recently as well. So I think it's a fabulous outcome. So yeah, absolutely. Let's continue these conversations about how we can cooperate together on priorities. Thanks.
Great, Llewellyn. Thank you for that response too. I'll probably give one last opportunity for a closing comment. We've not heard from our Victorian colleagues for just a little time, and we'd love to hear some more from one of our colleagues there. And then I'll just go through our speakers today and congratulate you all for joining today. So would one of our Victorian colleagues, maybe Sarah or would Michael be the right person?
Sorry, we're both messaging each other saying you go and you go at the same time. So look, I just want to thank everyone for having us here and inviting Victoria to be a part of this. Our state has a long-standing relationship with Indonesia. I've been lucky enough to travel there on water-related business. My daughter's learning Indonesian at primary school. She's just started. It's a country obviously very close to us, very close to our hearts, and we've got a lot to learn from the challenges you face. And your point around speeding things up, this is the decade of action where we need to do stuff. You guys don't have the 20 or 30 or 40 years that we've had, the luxury of that time to try and undo some of the damage that we've done to our environment here. So we're watching closely because the challenges and pressures that you face and the populations involved and the complexities involved are very real, and we've stepped through those in a minor way in so many ways. So we are here to assist, but we are also here to learn as much as we can from you as well. So we're happy to contribute to the Australian government efforts in this space as much as we can, and talk about on the ground action and the things we're doing to the mutual benefit of all parties. So thanks to Dor for organising this and having us along, and a really big thank you to my DELP colleagues and at our catchment management authorities for making the time to come along to this as well, because it's an election year and it's a busy time for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And you really clearly articulated or pointed out that it took decades for Australia to get where we are, decades and decades of action and people coming together. and you've got some applause there from colleagues. Michael, that's a really important point. It didn't just happen overnight. And so working together, Llewellyn was mentioning about yes to Bali, but also yes to speeding things up. We spoke and heard a bit about the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding.
Maybe, Pak Jamie, sorry.
Yes,
might offer us to include, because as the organizer, actually, we organize a lot of topics. How about this like management also become one of thematic forum, yeah. So I will recommend to my colleague in public work and the national committee, yeah. As this is like management become one of our selected topic and discussion in the World Water Forum. Maybe that's my promise. Thank you.
That's a wonderful promise to make to Dr. Abdul, Mr. Abdul. That was fantastic. And what I'm thinking now is there's probably two more steps. I'd like to also bring into the conversation Dr. Zainal, if he'd like to say anything to close up from an Indonesian angle. And then I'll bring in Llewellyn to close the session itself, just because we've had so much fun together. We do have jobs to get to and other things to do today. I'm sure you guys are busy as well. So Dr. Zainal, and then we'll go to Llewellyn.
Thank you, Jamie. First of all, we truly appreciate this lovely discussion, and thank you for Australia sharing, especially from Victoria. All our lovely discussion on lake management, including technical approach in field and community involvement. I think now we should realize that it is very important to develop participatory rehabilitation and conservation program. Is also to maintain the resilient watershed ecosystem. The resilient ecosystem that based on productive ecosystem. So in the lake watershed landscape, it maintains the sustainability of ecological function and also the hydrological cycles, but it's also maintain the landscape productivity. So it's still keep a sustainable productive space for social economic subsystem in the watershed. So we actually would like to have further lesson learned for further discussion and best practices which could be applied in our programs. We also welcome our dear colleagues and friends from Australia, government and expert, to come to Indonesia and also to taste the crispy Hennessy. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Abdul Malik. Thank you also, Bappenas, for holding this lovely discussion. Thank you very much.
Pak Jainal, maybe ikan bili ya, Pak Jainal ya, di Danau Singkarak.
Oh ya, Danau Singkarak, Pak, ikan bili.
Yeah. So a lot of endemic. Yeah, one thing, yeah, I mean that is maybe not yet explored in Indonesia is the biodiversity of our lake, ya, Pak Jainal ya. When I visit Limboto, Mr. Budianto give me example about the transparent fish. Yeah, it is really amazing. Limboto has transparent fish, but yeah, many actually. So subject need to be research, monitor, and program is developed. Yeah, but yeah, thank you for the cooperation. So I hope it is a start, yeah, a good start for future cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malik, and thank you, Dr. Zainal. Look, I'm going to very briefly or very quickly hand over to Llewellyn to close, but I just wanted to say how much I've enjoyed your discussion, and I'm grateful that I've been able to have so much interaction from you. It makes my job as a facilitator, without that subject matter expertise, it makes my job very simple, and it's an engaging process, this facilitation work, and I'm tremendously grateful that you've all been so contributory to this process. I'm going to leave you with one last thought. So when good people come together, humility happens. And what I've been hearing in the last 2 days is you're very humble people, very quiet on both sides. You listen, you respect each other, and that's how we get progress. So I'm going to leave that thought with you. Thank you from my heart for your contributions. And Llewellyn, I'll have you to close. Over to you. Thanks, Llewellyn.
Thank you, Jamie, for giving me the last word. And it was really just a chance for me to say from DAW's perspective, thank you so much to everyone who has participated in this and contributed to the organisation. Mr. Abdul Malik, Dr. Zainal, thank you so much for your comments at the end. I really look forward to our continued collaboration. To Delp, thank you so much for your time and all the efforts involved in pulling these workshops together and making it happen, Sarah and Michael. And thank you to the West Gippsland Catchment Management Authority for so generously sharing your time and expertise. It's been really invaluable. Indonesian colleagues in Bappenas, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and also the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment. Also your colleagues from Gorontalo Province and the Ministry of Public Works and Housing. Really everyone has contributed such a lot of time and expertise, and I think it's just been terrific to learn so much from each other. So yeah, I'll close there and look forward to hopefully doing it again or seeing you all in Bali where we can enjoy some of those hyacinth chips. I look forward to it. Bye everyone.
Bye all, thank you.
Jamie, sorry.
Oh, yes. Owen.
Before closing, I'd just like to invite everyone to bring out the video and maybe take a screenshot of our discussion. Yeah. Everyone, yeah, so I would like to ask maybe Mbak Nadira or Mbak Nabila to help us with taking a screenshot of our participation. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Owen.
Okay, next page. Last page. Okay, done. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you.
That's well done, Owen. Thank you for doing that. Okay, folks, have a great afternoon and look after yourself and be safe. Enjoy that work you're promised to do as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you very much.
Terima kasih, Pak Direktur, Pak Zainal.
Thank you.
Pak Heru, terima kasih, Pak. Pak Roland, terima kasih, Pak Roland.
Ya, terima kasih, Pak Ewin. Terima kasih.